Greetings and welcome to, well, KSP's been a while, hasn't it? Hey Captain Course, hey Miss Washington, hey my lords, how are you all doing today? Toad is blaming DJ for him having pizza. DJ, it was very nice of you to donate a pizza to Toad. Right, it's been a long ass while since we've been to KSP, so we give it a go, see how bad we remember actually being at the game, and then from there decide if we're going to do any like YouTube content or maybe more streams of KSP. Until 2.0 comes out. Let's have a quick look. Now, I've asked Milos what would he prefer, because it's Milos' idea for space streams. Between science and career mode, he has chosen career mode because he doesn't know the game that well. And I had to explain that career mode is basically science with cash limiting. On the difficulty, I have left everything the same apart from a bit more starting cash because, you know, don't want to see a really, really slow struggle. Although it don't tend to be an issue, but it just tend to be a worry. So the comm network is still on. Crew will not respawn. If they die unless we resurrect them manually. I turn the buildings to be indestructible because it costs millions to rebuild them. It's a game. And then in here I've turned on plasma blackout. So if we go when we're re-entering, we lose comms for a short while. Kerbals level up immediately. Parts will break if we push them too hard, which I think is about right. And crossfeed. Why is it ever off? I have no idea. The fuel lines should go the right way. If you mess up a fuel line, you mess up a fuel line. Alright, let's give it a start. Last series I remember on YouTube, it's been a long while. I haven't played the game in probably almost all that actually. Alright, so how loud is that for everybody? Because well, the good news is it crashed almost immediately. KSP. And there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no mods installed. I haven't installed any mods anyway. KSP, go. We got my KSP install. Not too bad audio. Yeah, I had to tweak the audio around a little bit because when I loaded up the game, it was like ridiculously loud. So I turned it down to 50%. What you heard then was 50%. Do the zoom out, it never stops. If I remember rightly, I could never complete the tutorial. Yeah. I remember we had trouble with the tutorial. I never actually played any of the tutorials because when I played the game, it was before tutorials were installed. So I never played them. I've heard no end of people having trouble with them. It zooms out to like trying to see the ship from the past the belt. Hey, Milos. Let's see if the save file actually created first of all, and then go to the config again. Start the game. Resume save. It thinks it might have done. Here we go. Okay, you crashed when we hit OK last time around, so let's try it, shall we? It didn't crash. Alright, it didn't crash. Alright, for those who have not played KSP, I'm going to turn the volume down. Oh my god, it's so obnoxious. How's the game sound to you? Because I found it obnoxious. I've had to turn my PC volume down. Anyway, for those who haven't played the game before, research and development buildings are here. You have the VAB where you build your rockets. You have your tracking station where you keep track of them. Pad where you launch them. Mission control where you get your contracts from. Space plane where you build your aircraft. Your astronaut complex where you hire people that you're going to kill. And your admin building where you never ever go because what's the point of the admin building? Birds are a bit loud. Okay. That would be under ambience. 26% is for you. I don't think that went down, did it? Is there a save button I didn't see? Yeah, save button I didn't see. Is that better? So I expect launch sounds are going to be interesting. I need an ears command. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Alrighty. So first thing we're going to do is go to our mission control, see what contract we have available to ourselves. Birds the same. I know, right? I thought it didn't change. Let's test something. I swear the birds are quiet now. I turn the voices volume up. Definitely quieter. But I can go a little bit lower on the ambience volume. There you go, Toad. Alright, we'll go to commission control, see what contracts we have to start with. Because we always need to get guidance and stuff, don't we? Yeah, your chair's going to be interesting when we launch, though. Alright, so our missions available to us right now. Gather scientific data, launch the first vessel, escape the atmosphere, and orbit Kerbin. Birds are quiet now. Maybe it had already queued the audio. Possible. It's a bit of a stupid system if it had. Alright, so orbit Kerbin is going to be one of our big contracts to go for. With probably a couple of launches to get there. And to get the atmosphere, I can probably do it with a straight up rocket. Launch the first vessel and gather scientific data. That's like the easiest one in the universe to get. Hey, wifey, how you doing? So let's accept. Okay, so 2 maximum. We're not going to get the orbit Kerbin. And that one I can grab right now. Accept that. And I'll accept that. Because both of those are stupidly simple to get. I mean, they're ridiculously simple to get. You come into the VAB, drop a capsule on the floor. Where's the button for science? Stick a goo dispenser on the side of it. Launch. No rocket required. Just need to get it on the pad. There we go. Alright, so. These are all new. Note. Launch your first vessel off of the launch pad or runway to achieve the goal. That one we'll do in a moment. This one, however, is the one we're going to do now. From Kerbin, which we can literally do from here. Grab that. Observe the goo. Goo has been observed. We will take a crew report. Thank you very much. Jeb, can you just jump out of the capsule for a second? Could you grab me a EVA report, please? Get back in. Okay, that's already a good sign I don't know the controls again. Get back in the side. Take the data. Store the data. If you go one way on the ground, you get a special one. I can't remember now. From the EVA. Okay. Now, you get in there and it was F to grab a hold. And with B to board, they changed it, I remember now. Take the data, store the data, and then Jeb let go. We'll recover Jeb, who has science on him. And then we'll recover that capsule. And then we have science recovered. And that's one of the missions done. If I remember correctly. And that craft, recover. Did that complete the rocket? Or do we need to, yeah. So we completed the gather scientific data from Kerbin. So the first one is really super easy to get. So now we can go straight to escape the atmosphere. To escape the atmosphere, we have to hit an altitude of 70,000 meters. Okay. Get ready to make some snickerdoodles. Ooh, snickerdoodles. So to do this, we have to go into our science lab. We have 8 science we can spend on one of these two, basically. So what do we want? What's the most important to us? A liquid swivel engine, a better booster, and some fuel tanks. Or a decoupler, thermostat, commutron, and commutron. The thermometer would be very handy, but I feel the engine part is very handy as well. There we go. We could technically afford nothing else. That is actually our price. 20 there. Okay. So we've got a couple of extra parts just to get started with right at the very beginning. So we can get rid of that craft. There we go. Now this craft, the attempt here is to send this craft up into space to an altitude of 70,000 meters. So we don't have any unmanned craft because this game is kind of weird and it starts you with manned craft only, and no robot crabs, no drones, which is kind of weird in its own right. Alright, so we're going to put down the capsule. Now, which one of these weighs the least? 7784? What's the difference in anything else? You should be fine. Alright, so we have a capsule, which is good for us to start with. And it's got a door on that side. Door there, okay. Now, I'm going to want to be able to recover this thing at some point. That would be nice. Do we have a decoupler? No, decoupler was on the last piece, wasn't it? Yeah, we don't have any parts right now, hardly. So we've got to be careful. You'll need a parachute. There we go. Because, yeah, we're going to try to recover it. It is going to need fuel. Put one of them there. Do we put a liquid engine on this? Can I decouple them? I cannot. So it's not really worth doing that then. So let's put 3 of these on. The goal here is to hit 70 kilometers, right? And probably kill the Kerbal in the process. There we go. Alright. Stage these. The middle one, I want you operating at 50% thrust. I don't even know if this actually works. Been a while. You go there. And you go there. Alright. Give me... Oh, I can't even do that. I forgot about the restrictions in career mode. We have an 18-ton weight limit. Okay. 15 tons. We put a couple of small ones on here. Plus over our limit. Okay, well, we're going with just a 3 then. Right, so we want to be burning with enough rusty off the ground, but not enough to, you know, break anything. I wish it. Where's the thrust indicator on this? I'm so used to playing with Kerbal Engineer that I haven't actually played without it for even when I used to play with it. Alright, Delta V warnings. No. That's the contracts. So that one starts with that much, but it doesn't tell what my TWR is, which is... Ah, there we go. Apparently click on them to get TWR. Why are they not out at all times? Alright, first stage, which is what we care about to begin with, is a TWR of 4. That is way too high. Alright. 1.89, probably 1.6 would be good. Yeah. And then when that one burns out, this one also wants to have a much lower TWR. Okay, so that one thinks it's going to be burning when they are still burning. So if I drop... That's decoupability. Oh, that's going to be even better. Anyway, these are running at 42, so this center one, I want to run this a little bit lower. So let's say run that at... there. So yeah, we need to run that one lower. So 30 and 35. It's going to be a little bit hard on the burn. It's going to be 32 and... Well, this middle one to be a little bit lower. 24. 1.6 I can deal with. 1.6 we can deal with. Alright, we get to send our first Kerbal into space. Well, it won't make it to space, but we'll get him up there. Put some fins on it because we have no control surfaces at the moment, so the hope is that those will act as a stabilizer. Let's call this 001 and to space. With no hash on the end, no. To space. Will it make it to space? We don't know. Toad, prepare your seat for rumbles. Alright. Bring up the fuel gauge. Everyone hide in the bunker. SAS on, even though it probably makes no difference. And go. I didn't put any science on this either, which is unfortunate for the first venture up into space, but it was probably going to add some weight issues if we did anyway. We are leaning, and I do not have control. So it is just a matter of hoping we get high enough to not die. Hope we get high enough that we can at least pass the contractor's done, even though Jebediah may not make it to the ground. Sorry, Jebediah. We do appear to be leaning in that direction, though, which is an unfortunate angle to be leaning in. Because we're going down on ground. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What the hell's happening there? Aerodynamics changed at some point. Well, 8 kilometers is nearer 70, right? I don't think it's going to work the way they hoped it would do when they decided to rocket up. Luckily, it's almost out of fuel. It's having some fun, okay? Let's try and decouple. Thank you. Send the rocket off by itself, because oh my god, we don't want to write that down. Bring it down. To be fair, we made it from there to the water, so we know there was definitely progress made. Could you open, please? A lot closer than I'd like to be. Thank you. You can't EVA, forget about that. We haven't got the research tech for EVAing yet. Spoosh down! Now, grab me a very quick EVA report. Grab the science. Get back in there. Take another EVA report. From the shoreline now. Jump outside. Sploosh. Can you get me another EVA report from here? Up. No? Okay. Let's recover you. Where are we? We want to... Oh, it's over here. Recover you back to base. And you've got our spacecraft from the water. There we go. Whole bunch of science came back that time round, and we got some money back from the craft. We even got some funds from somewhere as well. We got 1,000 back from completing it though. That's good. Alright, so contracts. Look at all the contracts we have now. So we did manage to launch our first vessel, because we this time actually managed to launch it. We gathered the scientific data, but we didn't escape the atmosphere because we didn't get that 70k limit. Alright, so what do we have? Consider a focused observational survey. I don't like the ones that say do a thing at location, because the locations are always like super inconvenient to get to. Where's the KFC? Go away. Where's the KFC? Is that it? No, that's the other location. That one? There it is. That's the airfield. The desert airfield. Nope. Ah, here we go. So these are the locations. That one's WDK3, and that one is NP5, and that one is 06BP5, and that's how far away they are. And we managed to get from there to there so far. So let's not take any of those ones that require us to go anywhere particular just yet. Alright, what do we have on the list of mini? You also want to go to P5, you want to go to WK, you add haul a thumper booster into flight above Kerbal. Okay. Launch a thumper booster from altitude 0 to 8,000. What? I'm going to haul you into flight above booster. It doesn't say I have to use it above, right? I can use it below there. The speed must be between 410 and 540. Flying Kerbal. It doesn't say I have to light it with an air, does it? The band of board directors of Rocco Max conglomerate have raised some troubling issues. We don't actually know how to attach the thumper to other parts. From the bottom, from the top. Is there any other way? Is there sides up? You want to haul the thumper? Okay. The speeds are interesting. I might give that one a try. Test the Swivel Engine at the launch site. Well, you're super easy. Let's do that one now. So let's just knock out a few of these early contracts because they're only the cash builders, but they help us get some new stuff. Get that one done. Engine. Give it a fuel tank just in case, but I don't plan on actually launching it because I don't believe a test requires you to launch it. Give me a parachute just in case we accidentally hit the button. Which one is the parachute? Utility. Got it. Thank you. Right. This is the swivel. So this is the one he wants us to test. Put it on the launch pad. And if I remember rightly, you've just got to press test on these super simple early contracts. Test. Okay, so no, you do have to actually do something with it, not just hit test. Good news is we're going up, and we have control of this one, so let's ride it all the way up there. And then we'll be down intact, and hopefully we'll get to keep the engine. Also, notice we're going straight up this time and not falling over. Game. Take it up. Give me a crew report while we're up here. Okay, we want all of those. Bring it down. Parachute deployed. Hopefully, opening up enough to slow us down to non-crashing speeds. It's fine. They survived. The engine. It was crumple zone. Jeb, could you just pop out there and see if this is a new area that we haven't technically seen yet? Because the KSC itself is surrounded by areas you can never tell if they're new science. Sometimes not. Anyway, one engine tested. I didn't really fire the engine, so I wasn't sure. Alright, what are you? You're a test the flea, test the decoupler, test the parachute, Mark 16 in flight. Has a big set of requirements there, unfortunately. Test the radial decoupler and orbit curving. I don't like doing the test stuff. So which part would be more useful to us? The radial decoupler or the decoupler? Well, the radial decoupler has very specific requirements here. So we'll grab them. 4,000 meters. Speed of that speeds are ridiculous. Oh, for those altitudes, no. And we have a big failure rate as well. Hey Alpha, how you doing? Right, so you are to be testing the Thumper. Thumper's a tiny little one, right? Don't hurt to have one, I suppose. Let's go check our science thing out before we actually pick a contract, though. We have 28 science. I would really like the decoupler, because that would make life so much easier. More science is always good, and better parachutes are always helpful. We can't afford anything else. And I'm not building the rover to drive around the KSC and grab all the science just yet. Alright, so what do we... Wait, we didn't pick up the contract. Back. Pick up the contract first. Right, we're probably going to go for an orbit curving because I'd say some of these contracts are... To be doing 600 by 4,000 is a little bit... it's a bit fast, I believe, from what I remember. Let's see, altitudes. Those speeds and that altitude again, the speeds are too low for that. Decoupler at launch site. Well, I suppose a free decoupler wouldn't hurt, right? Here we go. We have 2 contracts. We need to get some more contracts open, and that will hopefully get us a space in this one, so we can open up the space-based contracts. Alright, what kind of capsule are we taking with us? The Orion re-entry or the command pod? We have the decoupler now, so we could take the command pod and decouple all the other stuff below it. We do have a payload now, which the service bay is actually quite useful. Change the graphics on that, that's nice. So let's start off with a pod. What kind of pod are we wanting? I say we go for the main command pod. It does weigh a bit more, but not by much. Let's see, electric charge 50 versus 10, ejection force, electric charge 50, ablator 20, ablator, no ablator on you, okay. You have monoprop and we don't care about, and okay, so you have an ablator and you don't have an ablator. We're not going to be needing an ablator the current mission. So you can do, and we'll get rid of that monoprop because we have no monoprop engines. We'll drop a parachute on the top of you because I want to survive it. And we'll stick a... I would love to stick a payload on here right now and bring some science up. I'm not even sure we can lift it that high yet. Whoop. I could be doing a lot better, Pete, but thanks for asking. I'm sorry to hear you could be doing better, but hopefully whatever is causing you issues will sort itself out soon. One of the science McJigs. Just the one, please. You know what, give me two so I can balance them better. And you know what, put them on the sides over here. They're not balanced. Let's try it again. Boop. Give me the plasma booster and the thermometer. Now remember, offset, there we go. You come up there so I can grab it a bit easier. Perfect. Thank you, wifey, for that. Right, we'll close that door and pretend we never saw inside there, right? Below that we're going to stick a decoupler. And him can figure out if we're in the weight limit. That weighs 1 ton. Alright. Let's stick some engine. I would prefer to have a swivel engine. So let's see if we can get away with a swivel engine. I would like to have 4 of those with the engine. Now, did we get the radial decoupler? We did not get a radial decoupler. That is a shame. I like a radial decoupler. Well, in that case, let's just stack it with as much liquid fuel as we can get and see how high we can get with that. What's our TWR on that engine, by the way? 2.3. This is going to be a long ass rocket. Let's get some fins on here to help out with that. Give me 4 would be perfect, actually. Put them there because I'd like to splice the air as best as possible. Put them as low down as they can so they'll produce the best lift. Take that off there. Give another part count as well. There we go. We can't go much more than that, so we're looking at TWR as well. 171. This is a long ass rocket. I'm actually kind of worried it'll even get into space. But 28. We can put 2 more. 1, 2. Copy those. This will probably not fly. Worth a try though, right? 70k or bust. That's our target goal, is 70k. I would have preferred to use the solid boosters for a bit of a boost there, but we don't have radial decouplers right now. We do need to. We need to test the decoupler at launch site. Right? Yes. We need to take one of those tanks out. I need 1 part piece left. I need a decoupler. Strap it on the bottom of the engine. Make sure we do that before we lift off. Right. Save that. Put it on the pad. Hope it don't fall over immediately. but it's still vertical. Maximum thrust is going to be required here. Well, SAS on. Away we go. Alright, so, I have my fuel gauge up, please. I will try to fly this into space a little bit, but I don't think we're going to make it. And I also realised I didn't actually do any of the science stuff. Open. Ah, God, I can't see inside properly. You log the pressure data. Don't care. You log the temperature data. Don't care. You log the goose stuff. Still don't care. Close the hatch. Okay, start the turn. We started a little bit later than I would like to. Throttle it back a bit as well. We're going a little bit faster than I'd like to. Can we lean over a bit more? We are still aiming for the 70k, but I don't think we're going to hit it. We're at half fuel and 15k. I want that half to go way down the ball and hold it. Can we give it that UI ping, please? Thank you. Ooh, 22k. 23k. Right, we're not going to make the orbit. We might make orbit, but I don't think we're going to be making orbit. But we are at 20k. Can we get to the map mode? Oh, looky loo. We hit the 70k mark. We get to give me 90k and I'll shut the engines down. There we go. I did not think we were going to hit that altitude. Interesting. I thought we might push it for the 70k with just a really long ass rocket. Alright. We don't have much fuel, so we're not making orbit, but we can probably get a decent suborbital velocity on going. Let's get a crew report from here. Upper atmosphere, perfect for that. Open up, give me an upper atmosphere for the other stuff that we didn't manage to get before. Can we rotate the graph, please? Thank you. That one. Go from, that's probably space now. Yeah. You are already done. You're done then. So the one on the other side. You log your data and you log your data. Close all of that. Close it. Thank you. Back to the map. Let's get this as best we can here. Pete, you can reach orbit if you buy the upgrades on the KSC and allow for an EVA and then use the EVA fuel to reach orbit. It's possible, yeah. We don't have the EVA upgrade just yet, but I could do it. But I also want to recover the person at some point. So I'm not sacrificing my crew just yet. Alright, slow down that rotation, which I didn't think we'd actually hit yet. Give me a max burn. I don't want to run out of fuel, but if we can make an orbit, I'd be very, very happy with that. But I don't think we're making the orbit. No, we're not making orbit, but we are going to do a decent suborbital burn here. We weren't far off it. If we can get the upgrades for the for that, we'll be pretty happy. Like, spin it around. Let's decouple about here. Making sure we decouple is in the right place. It is. Goodbye, rocket. We hardly knew you.
To infinity and a big explosion.
Put that back there. Bye, rocket. Hey, RJ, how you doing? To infinity and boom. Alright, let's bring us down. 85, so we should start the ammo around 70, I think it was. Yep, there we go. Camera just switched out. Just line that up there. We don't have any heat shield. I wasn't expecting to be coming up this high, to be fair.
Hello, Peter. I'm okay. A tad warm, but okay. been playing with myself on my Switch.
Do you really want to admit to that? So, that's the question there. Alright, keep an eye on that electric charge. We are... He does want to flip us around nose first, which I don't really want to do. Did you ever find a good gift for your nan, RJ? Put a nose like that, like give us a little bit of body lift. Whoop, that's where we get the problems. Because thermals! We don't have a heat shield on the bottom of this. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to need it. I was expecting to hit 70k-ish and then come down again.
No. Wait. I meant I've been playing with myself all afternoon.
That's pretty much what you said, Archie. Alright, so we're coming in pretty hot. Okay then, that's pretty lewd, says Toad. I know, right?
Person face palming, male sign, video games.
Video games are great. Nothing inappropriate about anything a video game ever did, right? Nothing. Starting to worry about the heat build-up. Although it does appear to be the capsule is brilliant, which makes it even more worrying. I would have been relatively okay. No! Get your ass back over there. It would have been relatively okay if it had been a...
to get me aunt.
If it had been the science. But now we're travelling sideways into the wind, and nothing ever goes wrong when you're travelling sideways into the wind at 1400 meters per second, right? Nothing. Nada. Can we just like not be travelling sideways
Looks
right now?
like a good barbecue.
Oh. Oh, I can see the land. Just make out the land. It's unfortunately night time. Oh, putting the nose in the air. Come on, you can do it. Rotate around. There we go. Okay, we can see the land edge there. It's pretty dark, but we can see it. We're travelling sideways, so we're doing a very much an Elon Musk SpaceX way of re-entering for their new craft, right? A lot lower than I'd like to be, and a lot faster than I would like to be. Oh, we are safe parachute.
Did you remember the parachute this time?
I've never forgot the parachute. I would like it to open a bit earlier, though. Open. There we go. You can alter these, by the way, for most people, if you want to open it earlier or later. And whenever I'm carrying a lot more weight than I was expecting, at a lot higher velocities, I tend to crank up that the time it opens. 22:30. Yeah, I don't know why we'd ever want to see sea level when there's land below us. Land below us. Land. The only downside of it now is you can't see a shadow to know how high you are off the ground. But there we go. We survived our first venture into space. Alright, very quickly get out. Grab the science that's in here. And take an EVA. Grab the science, store all the science in there. And jump off of that. Good. Could you stand up? Thank you. Could you... I was looking for a soil sample, we haven't opened that yet. Could you open that? Can we grab one of these and reuse them? Could you try not flipping the ship over? Take that data. Log new data. Fine. Take that data. See if you can get back inside so we can log new data. Up. 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 Aha. Alright. So we should be able to get a pressure and a temperature from here. And temperature. There we go. Close the door so the crabs don't get in there and spiders and stuff. and recover the vehicle. We were so close to orbit though. We were all the way up to where we wanted to be, and probably most. If we didn't go for 90k, if I'd just settled for like 75, we'd probably be able to make out maybe just push on it. But that mission brought back 95 science. We got 4 grand back on parts. And even though we jump into space, you get no experience for that. But 90 science is good. What would that give us as ability? Science Junior, which are ridiculously heavy. Radiators, high gain antennas, batteries, and the Sputnik. I love the Sputnik. Better wings, the radial decoupler, which we already have a radial decoupler. But we need the radial. Then we have to have the reliant. Alright, well, I would like to get the radial decoupler. That would give us so much more ability. We can make orbit with that, I believe. I want the battery and the Sputnik, and I'm going to hold off on the rest until I see what contracts have available. Alright, so the Thumper is still a viable one, just going to cost us a lot of cash when we fail it. The Flea at the launch site. They're just stupid. Haul a heat shield into space. 45, 55 at 2000 is doable. Re-entry speeds, basically. And we could do with a heat shield for next time, couldn't we? This one is just a swivel engine into orbit. 200k is not. That's a very, very high orbit. The parachute at 70. Radio decoupler in flight. A very specific thing, which I hate doing. I think we can go for an orbit run though. I'm putting orbit on my list of contracts. And what else should we put on there? Anything? Leave it blank? These are all really super annoying ones. I could test the Flea at launch site. No, I feel we're good. What do we have over here? Rocketry give us a better power, more powerful engine, and the Thumper. The Thumper is going to be an amazing addition to our ability to launch stuff. 45, 45, 45, and 45. So we can't get any more sciencey stuff. Hang on a minute. We did kind of leave a little piece of this on the launch pad. Let's go get that back, shall we? There we go. Well, the 70k busted really well. Let's just get in here, get that decouple off the bottom, and resave it so we don't have that sat there for no reason. There we go. But that did really well. How many parts do we have left? 1 part spare. I mean, thinking if we were to swap it out and drop a heat shield on there. Well, we didn't need the heat shield, did we? We did quite well without the heat shield. But if we did drop a heat shield on there and we added some SRBs, I'm going to have to lose a fuel tank, but I feel that having boosters would actually help us a lot, especially the Thumper booster. Oops, that should be a pair. Because these Thumpers are huge. Now we don't have space tape at the moment, so we have to be careful with that. Now, if we did that and we didn't bring you on board, our biggest problem would be keeping it straight. We have these bigger wings, which I'm going to put on there now because they are well, bigger, and they will hopefully help keep the craft somewhat vertical. Let's make you 3. Orbit tester. I'm really bad with names, so I'm even trying. Alright, you're number 3. You're going to take the boosters and stuff. But we have broken the limit of part count and the mass count. Ooh, can we upgrade the the mass count? Because I can deal with the parts. And you're the one that gave me the mass, I believe. It was worth it. I think the other one does part count. Yeah, you're going to require a lot more money. I have the money, but I don't want to waste it right now because I'm not sure I'll be able to get the whole lot back. Right, so how much are we over? By 3 parts? So that's not that hard to deal with. 3 parts, you say? 1, 2, 3. Pop you off. There we go. That should put us within the part limit and the weight limit. Right, now we're just going to alter the thrust, so this isn't going to be ridiculous. 2.9 at the moment. That'll bring it down to 142. 142? Yeah, we'll do 142. Alright. Who's the Kerbal going to be? I haven't been changing. Do we have any good ones? You know what? You've got a lot of experience right now. Valentina, could you jump in there and get yourself some experience? And we'll see what we can do with this one. Be careful with this one because we don't have much flight control until till the boosters run out and we turn the secondary engine on. And by much I mean no control. Go. We have a small amount of rotational force done by the cockpit, but you don't want to be relying on that too much. We're already sliding down the ball, which I didn't want to be doing. Don't make me start the engine. Fine. Well, that was a mistake. Well, mistakes were made. I tried to start the engine and instead took the boost into space. So we've lost a lot of fuel. We might as well take the craft up as high as we can go. Get something out of it, right? You know what? Can we attempt to recover some more of the craft? Do you think we can do a splashdown? Let's try it. You deploy the chute. Worst case scenario, we have to brake, but the part here. But if we can get it to pull the engine round, then we should be able to do it. But no, I think we're not going to be able to do that. I think it's just a nosedive us in. Yeah. Separate. Pull away. Goodbye, rocket. It's a lot of money wasted, but it was a button press mistake. I don't know where the boosters are. Thank you, Toad. We're not getting fast enough. Let's start. Oh well. Let's relaunch this. Only this time we know we need to turn the engine on a little bit earlier, so we need to rechange the staging. I was hoping we wouldn't need it, but apparently we did need it. Close. Although, can we get something new from out here? Crew report. Kerbal waters. Well, in that case, open. Grab me some goo, although the goo might be wet now. Go away. Give me the temperature display. Give me the pressure. Give me the EVA. And recover the vessel. If anything, we got some science out of it. 29 science was earned that day. We got 6.5 grand back from parts, right? 6.5 grand. We got that's the key thing there. Is we got 6.5 grand back. Don't look at the cost of the rocket we built, right? Can you even tell the cost of the rocket we built? 14 grand. We got quite a lot of it back actually. Alright, let's change the staging here. give me a stage there. I can drop that engine into when I'm ready. That should do it much better. So we'll turn that engine on when time is needed and burn a small amount of fuel as a correction, rather than venting the boosters into space without us. Alright, bring you up. Alright, Valentina. This time you can do it. Straight up to start with. Throttle the engine itself back. Start it anyway, so we have it ready. About 1K, I'm going to start rolling it ever so slightly. There we go. I'll use the engine to do it as well. Oh yeah, we have to definitely fire things right now. I started rolling it a little bit earlier last time round. Looks like we're not going to have any lift from the engines. I don't want to throttle the main engine up at all until we have to. Okay, getting close to the SRBs losing their control. Ooh. We'll throttle main engine up. So I need that control back. We started to drift on the wall there. Bye SRBs! Lovely to see you. Alright, let's head over. Switch to map mode. Can we get it over onto the halfway line, please? Just look to bring that ball down a little bit. I'm going to want about 75k, I think. $70k is space. 75k. There we go. I can't do things yet. We need to upgrade the lab. Ooh, can we line it up with the where we're traveling? Here we go. Bring us up. See if we can hit space this time around. Actual orbit. Right, slow it down. There we go. Maximum thrust. Here we go. Aim out of the orbit line. We don't want that number increasing much, really. All of our time being put pushing that orbit out. Unlikely right now to give us what we want here. We're running out of fuel pretty quickly. Nose in the air a bit here. Oh, we might actually make it. 89, 66. We've not quite made it. There we go. 130, 71. Okay, we have made orbit. Contract completion. World milestone. And contracts. Perfect. We are now in space. Can we get back from space? I don't know. Ooh, new KSP quotes. Hey, Captain Cars. Well, we're in space. Let's turn off the SAS so not to drain any electricity. We've got a 139 to 71 orbital path right now. Look at that. Alright, let's get ourselves a little bit of science way over here. And we're going to need to run out to the... well, this one's going to give me... near Kerbin, okay. Run out to the lab or whatever it is and give us a ability to do an EVA. Now we're in space properly. Give me a crew report for an orbit, please. Right, now we just need to very quickly pop to the Space Center and figure out which one of these gives us the ability to do EVAs. I think it's the tracking center, but I'm not sure. You give me that, no. You tracking station would give me pitch conics, no. Astronaut complex. Camper bomb, EVAs. There we go. Alright, EVA it is. I suppose contracts will help me, right? Explore Kerbin. Perform a spacewalk in orbit of Kerbin. This time try and keep your helmet free of body fluids. Well, that we're going to be doing. Test the heat shield. We don't actually have a heat shield on this craft, so be very, very careful on re-entry. Test the MK6 parachute over Kerbin. We can take the contract. We have an MK16 on the craft itself already. Hopefully, when that marker comes up and says it's that height, it's at a point where we can actually do it. All right, tracking station. Take us back to the ship that's in orbit. All right. Rotate the craft so the hatch is on this side, because I would really appreciate seeing where it is. So we have to get back in. What double click? Put the focus, but no. Right, we've got the crew report. So, Valentina, EVA. Could you please take an EVA report while you're out here? Disconnect from the ship. RCS on. Right, I would like you, if possible, to head over here. Grab the science on these. Take the data. Take the data. Collect the data. Yep. That way if they break, we still have the science. Grab. Let's take all the data out of the capsule, put all our data in the capsule, get in the capsule ourselves, rotate the craft the wrong way, rotate the craft that way, and do a bit more science up here if we can. It might not be worth doing. That one I will keep for when we landed. Close it. Alright, let's see. We're going to be coming down. What we want to do is we want to be coming down the day side, so we should be burning anytime right now, actually. Alright. So let's rotate the rocket around for a re-entry burn. We'll be coming down somewhere over here. We have a 71 there. So if we start burning somewhere over here, I am a bit worried that I'm going to put us in a higher altitude starting point, though. So I'm going to start burning where we are and just try and just dip ourselves in the atmosphere for a long, slow entry. And then keep some fuel for last minute burning. There we go. 44 should bring us down nice and slow over here. Pop us hopefully down on the ground somewhere. Set it to 40. There we go. That should put us in the atmosphere nice and early for a nice long period of time, and hopefully we should be good on a lot of other stuff as well. Alright, let's time walk this around until we drop into the atmosphere. We do have an engine on us, so we're going to use that engine to help reduce our speed before we get too far down. Now, what is our contract over here? Flying 12,000 meters, 15,000, a speed of 70 meters per second to 150. That might be pushing it still, but we'll figure out. We're facing the wrong way right now. Let's turn it around. I want to use the last of our fuel if we can to help with our reduce our descent a little bit. But I don't want to do it until we actually hit atmo. Whoop. Okay, we should be doing it anytime soon, so make sure we're facing in the right direction before we do it. Hold there. 70k. We're now officially out of orbit. So here we go. Burn up all that fuel. There we go. Fuel has gone. Let's do the stupid thing. Let's rotate the craft away. Stage. That should, yep, they're nicely separating from each other. And we have a very steep altitude hitting the water. I was hoping not to drop that much fuel, but apparently we dropped a lot more speed than I was expecting to. Alright. Keep an eye on this. We need it to be 12,000 meters at 15, between 15 and 12. We need to activate the parachute. And at 70. It's not got a test on it, has it? No, it's just deploy. Good. So that's the hope is we can maintain that. 12,000, 15,000, below 15,000 meters, a speed of 70 to 150. Let's hope we actually hit that speed, because I don't like doing these missions where you have to try and hit all the little bits. It was just like altitude would be great, but alright, bring us in. We should get some re-entry heats as well this time round. We're speeding up, which I'm not a big fan of. And that's a lot steeper than I'd like it to be. So there may be some thermal issues here. Ooh, good. Keep on retrograde. That's a perk for Valentina being upgraded. I mean, I don't have to do it myself this time around, because I screw it up sometimes. Let's open that. Let's grab the one of these that we didn't get a chance to get earlier. Abandon that because it wasn't worth anything. We'll get a better one when we're on the ground. Alright. We're at 40,000 coming in. Alright, come on, we can do it. Speed is now decreasing, which is good. Things are going to start getting hot inside the craft though, which is not good. Speed's coming down. This is a faster entry than last time. I don't know what this thing can hold as it's heat at the bottom, that's okay. $29k. Okay, we're going to hit. I'm not sure if we'll hit that speed by that altitude. That's the only downside here. Okay, 24. Okay, we're approaching 20 kilometers up, and our speed is dropping rapidly, which is excellent to see. Thermals won't be an issue then. All right. We're coming in. We before 12,000. We have to drop that speed down to 150 or more. That's the problem. I don't think we're going to be doing that. Can we? You know, you figure it out. Yeah, we're not hitting that 150 in time. That was my own issue. I was hoping to get side on would help, but no. And contract failure. We're still going way too fast. That's not good. Deploy. We were just in time. There we go. Slow us down. But orbit means we'll start getting orbital contracts now. One of my big goals for this, maybe not this stream, but maybe within a couple of streams, is to get ourselves a little space station up and running, and maybe head out to Duna or Damon or something. Why are we leaning to one side like that? I mean, SS is not on, so you're not pulling that yourself. Alrighty, bring us down. Oh yeah, let's get rid of these. Go away, the lot of you. The water's pretty. Sploosh. Alright, open the thingy. Let's get ourselves some readings from out here. Okay, Kerbal waters again. Press scan. Give me a crew report. And I don't think we did. We got an EVA from here, but I'll do it anyway. EVA report. Get back in and recover the vehicle. Most importantly, we made it to space. We should get put this in space, or take these people to space missions now. That's the goal. 104 science was earned. 2 grand was brought back in parts. And you gained 1 XP point. So this not complex shows that Valentina, because she got to space, has more XP than Jebediah now. In 1 mission. Well, 1 successful mission. We have Bill Bob, who are engineer and scientists. We don't really need any more pilots right now, but I would like to get some pilots ranked up if we can later. Do they cost money per turn or? No, they don't. Okay. Can I rename scientists? Kerbals. It was never a thing before. It was like something I really wish they had to get base game. All right. Well, that's been done. That should have brought us a bunch of Explore the Mun. We're way off from that right now, so don't even think about accepting that mission. Decoupler, swivel, heat shield, flea, thumper. Back to the missions that are absolutely horrible to do. but these would be fine if it wasn't for in this area part of it. There's no good contracts right now, so I'm going to actually decline all these contracts that I don't like and hope that there being contracts back that are actually decent. Alright. Science from data around Kerbal. That one we can definitely do. Transmit or recover data from space. Okay. Juno basic jet engine. Flee, decoupler landed, decoupler launch. Those are all the normal junk ones we don't really care for. There we go. 3 tourists back. They're going to be hard, but they're fun. 3 tourists again. Can we have one that's not 3 tourists? Like maybe 1 tourist? Oh, yeah. You could give me a mission. Anything to launch that I don't care about. You won't accept. Boom. There we go. We have a contract. Hey, Joyce. I haven't crashed yet. We may have had a misfire mid-flight, but we didn't crash. Alright, what's our actual main mission right now? Science data. Okay, science data from around space, which if I had known was an option earlier, we wouldn't have brought the craft back. Do we have the ability to get solar panels? We could put a capsule in space with something like a thermometer and have it do research as and when needed. Because right now we have battery, we don't have solar panels. Can we get our hands on solar panels? Space tape and crew cabin. Big fuel tank. Terrier engine. Always good to get your hands on. There we go. That requires 90 science. It's worth getting it because we need those solar panels. They're very, very important. Alright. So our goal right now is to launch up something that can do science on a semi-regular basis if and when needed. So the easiest option here is just to build a little probe and send it up there. Doesn't need a person on board. Just fly it up there, leave it in space forever. It's our first satellite. So let's start it with a... Ooh, which one should we go with? Probodyne or this day Sputnik? You weigh 0.1, you weigh 0.05, you're lighter. You You, where's your power? You require 1.2 per minute, and you require 1.7 per minute, so you actually require more power to run. You have an internal antenna with 5,000 meter range. So do you. Okay, that's good. So you're both basically the same. So we'll start off with a stay put Nick because I think it looks kind of cute. And we'll take that and we'll try and get that one. If we can't do that, we'll flip it out for a Probenine. Also, Fallon says that you thought we played Fallout 76 together. I mean, now we do because of you, but that's beside the point. Well, I saw that you and him were both playing at the same time, and I think I asked you first if you were playing together, and you said no. So then I thought I'd give him a little nudge on his end and say, hey, you two should be playing together. Well, actually, what I said was, to Fallon, are you two playing together? You do to open the game at the same time, and you tend to play for around the same time zones and stuff. And it was his idea to go and talk to you, so yeah, Raphael wants you to play 76. I am not buying Fallout 76. I haven't even finished playing Fallout 4. So that's probably not going to happen for a while. Just like curious, if I just slapped that on the bottom of a stay put Nick, would that get into space? Stupidly, it probably would. What is the Delta V for Kirby? I think it's like 3,400? Been a while since I played, so I don't have a Delta V map in my hand. Alright, one Delta V map, please. Alright, Kerbin. Where is Kerbin? There it is. 3,400 to hit Kerbin orbit. Got it. 3,400. So that would actually get you most of the way there with that one rocket. Just say it like that. Yeah, and then ride that all the way to space. How much that cost him? That would cost $1,000 to launch that. Now, for no other reason other than the entire shits and giggles on this, let's put 3 solar panels on the top. Slap. Ooh, let me put these batteries in there. It's a small one, but it'll do the job. And we just lock this straight up in the off chance that it makes it there, right? It costs about $2,000, but I think it'll be fun. Let's stick an antenna on there so we can talk to it. And a couple of fins on the bottom just to help keep it vertical. One on this side would probably be the best option. Alright. To be fair, I have never finished Fallout 2 or Fallout 4, yet I'm still playing Fallout 76. Well, I don't see hope you're having fun with it, really. 2,600, it's not going to get you to space, though. So a couple of radio decouplers on this. This should not make it, and it won't actually. No, it won't make it because it has no gimbaling capability. So let's, for the fun of it, just launch this and see what it can do. Right? Should we put science on here? Yes. Slap one of them on it. These things have never actually flown, so they'll be worth science. 1.53, and I think that's all we're going to do. I don't want to put anything else on there. This is just a for fun one. See how high up it goes before it flips over, and then gather the science and transmit it before it falls apart. That's the mission right now. Let's give it that milestone. Thank you. Alright, and the missions available right now are just transmit science from space around Kerbin. So if you can make it to space without orbiting, that's also good. You can already see it rolling. He has to hit 70k. rolling way too much. Okay, there we go. It's now hitting the it's hitting max speeds. You can see the contrails come off the wing sometimes. Which means to start losing lift on those wings, it's going to start rolling on the ball by itself. Hope we don't get too much tumbling before we run out of fuel though. And map mode says 50k. We're now burning up. Oh, please don't explode. Oh, it can explode. Oh, you are so close to exploding. 169k, you're gonna crash. But when you hit 70k, I get the science we need. Oh. So the science we transmit or recover. This is just for that. This rocket costs $2,000 for that mission. Hopefully, I don't know how much that mission is going to give us for completing it. We'll find out. Right, we're now in space. Let's open the doors. In space near Kerbal. Ooh, what was the mission? Space around. I think that counts, right? 90k. Transmit the science. Does it count? 53, 61, 70, 90. It counted. Okay, mission's complete. Close those doors. Boop, there we go. And you just fall to the ground and die now. And while you're doing that, we have a smudgy hanging around. Smudgy. Psst, where are you? You were literally trying to climb my chair arm a second ago. Where are you? I can hear him as well. He's in there. Well, if he comes back, we'll talk to him. If he doesn't, we'll just blow rocket up. Coming down. Time for the rocket to nosedive into the ocean. Now the question is, will it actually blow up on its way down, or will it actually make it... Nope, it's going to blow up on the way down. Too much of the thermals are glowing. Oh, come on, it's not going to make it, is it? It's going to slow down too much. Yeah, that's cooling down already, you can see it. Now, I don't think in real life that would have survived re-entry like that. On the plus side, we don't have to do any cleanup though, because KSP will do the cleanup for us by obliterating everything. And all clean. Exactly, no debris was left behind. We would clean the ocean. Alright, take us to the Space Center. And tell us about all this juicy science we received. Where's my science? There it is, science. 29.9. I don't think we can actually afford anything. I think 45, isn't it? Damn it. Well, mission control. What do we have? We could go for the ferry Taurus, but I don't know if we can make it. The destinations are back. Orbit, orbit, and orbit. 3 astronauts into orbit. Position satellite in polar orbit, though. Potentially do it. I haven't tried to do anything precise yet. So you're a polar, both of you are polar orbits, and you both have the exact same requirements, just different angles. Okay, that's doable. Potentially doable right now. The people is not doable with our current tech level. That's the thing. Because we can just about get a rocket to orbit right now. So let's take that. Ooh. And we'll do that one now. We'll get that one done. But it's a satellite, so we're not going to be doing this parachute. The parachute, we're never going to do it, so let's get rid of that. But it just costs us a bit of money, but worth doing. I don't want to get the second one of those running, but let's see what we can have on other missions. Conduct temperature survey of Kerbal at 3 different locations. No. 2 Taurus. Now, 2 Taurus is potentially doable. Alright, I'm going to grab that contract as well. So we have 2 contracts. One to put a satellite in orbit, and one to put 2 Kerbals in orbit and return them. Let's take a look at the contract here. Orbit around Kerbal, suborbital flight. So basically get him in the air, out of the atmo, and that one wants to go into a full orbit. Now we can do it in 2 launches, so we can do it in 1 launch. And we do have a pod, and I think the pod is a 2-person pod, right? There was only one of these. Which one was it? Well, it helps if we have one of these down so we can see the pods. I saw it, I just wasn't paying attention to it. Did we not grab it? Must be in the science lab. Let's have a nosy. To the science lab. It's probably these. Not one, the hitchhiking one. There it is. Needs 45 science to do it though. Damn it. Well, we have a contract we can't do just yet, so let's do the satellite in space first, right? Alright, so we need a satellite able to get to 10 million meters above the surface. Now, 10 million meters is above our transmission capability. Put a bind up for this one, I think. So, your limit is 5,000 meters. Vessel naming. We can actually name you. Oh, yep, the name's there. Don't worry about it. So you got 5,000. We need to be able to communicate with you, which means we'll need to put an antenna on that. Antenna will give us a range of. What's your range? 500,000. Now I'm fairly sure the contract was for 10 million. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna, like generic power. Yeah. Reach the desired polar orbit, which says. Look that one. Yeah, we need to reach 10 million meters on one side and 9 millimeters on the other side, and then hold that for a while. The longitude ascending node of 325 degrees. That could be a problem for us though. Most because I don't wish to know if that's northbound or southbound. Is that go north or is that go south? I have a feeling that goes south. Because well, it's north, but it's just off the angle. But it's north and west, isn't it? Okay, it's doable. It's going to require a orbital correction while we're up there, but we can do it. All right. But they will work. At 10 million meters, this will do the job. We're going to need the high gain antenna for that. With its, it has a 5 million meter range though. Ugh. Direct communication or short range relay. That is a problem for us. We could really need something can do a longer range than that. Combinable. If I put 2, that make it 10. That could be interesting. If I put 2 of those on, would that make it 10 in total? Is that what it means by combinable? Or is it combinable as in you can technically combine them, but nobody really cares? Let's put 2 like that. You know, it looks a little bit like a shipbot. Just a tiny little bot.
Welding! Welding! I get to do welding! When do I get to do the welding? I'm very excited about the welding!
Alrighty. Let's slap the Communitron on there as well. And probably need 2 of them for balance purposes. We're going to need a battery on it so you can survive the night time. There you go. And you'll need solar panels because you are battery powered and you need solar panels. There you go. They got twisted. That goes there. Rotate them once. There we go. Slight up angle on the solar panel so they be having a good angle. And that would be the craft. That's all the craft needs to be to act as a relay. But what I'm worried about is if they are combinable, and we have that's 10mm, it's going to be at 3mm sometimes, 11. So if we have 3 of these instead, right? Then that one there, that one there. That could do it for us, couldn't it? That should be, in theory, 15 million kilometers on the antennas. Launch now. I mean, we could do. It would probably just roll over. Now here's a test. Deploy antenna. Requires complete. Requires complete. What? I get a warning. Transmission interruption may compromise data integrity. Does it tell me on here how far the antenna is on this? I like the fact we've already passed the build a brand new probe that has antenna on it, and we've passed the maintain stability for 10 seconds. We just don't have the actual reach the designated area on it. Bye, son. Alright, take us back to the flight assembly. We can try to put a rocket underneath it this time. Alright. What number are we at, by the way? 3. Got 15 km because that's its job. Alright, let's get you some stuff here. We're going to give you some fuel tanks. Maybe not that one. Okay, slight problem with the fuel tank portion of this. They appear to be huge. I didn't realise this probe was so small. Alright, well, in that case, we'll have to turn those antennas around, that's all. There we go. Or they could be on the side of the fuel tank, couldn't they? There we go. They're on the fuel tank now. That's fine. In that case, I'd rather take the big fuel tank into space. There we go. Slap an engine on the bottom of that. It will need to be a swivel, as this craft doesn't have any reaction wheel. Now that won't get to space, but that will be fine when it's in space to make the orbit changes and stuff, hopefully. Now you require power of 1.2 per minute, and those solar panels, what do they produce? 0.3 a second. That is an annoying thing making me do calculations here. Okay, you're way above the requirement. Don't worry about it. Ooh, what about these antennas? What do they require? 51.4 per second when transmitting. How about just you like idle? You don't have idle. Okay, I'm happy with that. Alright, so now we're going to launch that into space. So first of all, we need a decoupler, because that's going to get to space. That's our payload. Could really do with heat shield. They'd really do with a coupler. Alright, going to get that into space. So we're going to put a 3,000 meters per second payload below that. So we'll start off with another couple of fuel tanks. What's the limit here? Loads of limit right left. So let's give it 3 fuel tanks. Stick another swivel on there. Right, so that gives us 1100 for that one section there. Let's look. So we need 3,000. 3,400. We're going to be aiming for around 4,000 to get to the orbit we're wanting. So that gives us 1,000. Then we need some decouplers. 2 decouplers with the big thrust engines on the side. Thumper. Right, so that's Thumper. We're going to need some aerodynamic wings on this to help stabilize it during its early flight. There we go. They're close. Alright, so that'll give us 2,400. Could go with 3 of these, I suppose we wanted to. We use a lot of fuel in the early launch sequence. So what if we were to put some more of these on? Can we put any more of these on? Not really, you're doing 3s. Well, looks like 3 of you guys it's going to be. Yeah, the wings are probably best in their angle they're at now. That could do with them being a bit higher up though, because the wings need to be as close to the centre as possible, as close to the south as possible. There we go. They'll give us a good flight. It's 1,500 there, so that's 2,500, 2,600, 2,700. 3,700 in total with that capsule on top, but that's a problem because I don't want to be wasting too much time there. So let's drop on a couple extra fuel tanks for the liquid engine to use. Can we not have that black stripe there, please? Thank you. That would give us 1,300 on the first stage, 1,600 on the second stage, Still within our limit right now by a few parts. 1600. It's pushing it, but it's okay. What's our TDR on these things? 2.3. You're gonna come down a fair bit. 1.5. Let's go for 1.6 if we can. Yeah, that'll be fine. Then you're going to run at 1.67, so you're good at putting out much more weight to you if we can help it. So that will give us, if it burns perfectly, which it never does, that would give us 2,679, just shy of 3,000. Wouldn't be the worst thing to give that rocket a bit more fuel on the second stage. Can you paint that in a different colour? You know what? You can have orange with the top piece. There we go, you'll be able to see it in space easier. Aerodynamics. Do we have any aerodynamic cones that would be useful right now? We do. There we go. Can I sneak one on top? Ooh. Is it going to be cheeky? Let me have it. Okay. Can I grab the solar panels and just actually have them attached straight to this thing? We put them on the side now, don't we, really? They wouldn't need to go on the top because they're different. There we go. Alright. We're now over the power limit by 2 because I'm an idiot. And was hoping to do something fancy with it. What do we remove? I kind of like that being there, but might have to remove that. Solar panels, we don't really need 3. The original idea was to have 2 anyway. This is 1 over, which that 1 is going to be that, unfortunately. Well, sorry. Goodbye. Solar panels. There you go. Put them a long way on. At an angle like that. Lift them out of there. That's fine, right? That won't explode until we want it to, right? It's a max part count we can get. We need to upgrade the VAB before we can do that. Anything better there? Do we have money to upgrade the VAB? I would prefer to launch it with the little dome if we can have it. 250k to upgrade the VAB, I believe. 225. Oh, we got loads of money, he says before we spend loads of money. Alrighty, let's try this again. This time, I want the dome on it. Aerodynamics, please. Solar panels, you can go there. I kind of like it. So the panel can be pushed in a little bit to make them a bit smoother, but other than that, I kind of like it. What's the button to change the rotation? F, okay. Put them there. There's a slight tweak to the rotation. And there we go. Alright, time for this to be launched and failed. 14,000. I'm going to put that engine on the first stage as well, but it won't be burning until we get to a later stage. You know what? We put it on a second stage. Here we go. And then we can turn it on when we want it, and we can turn it off when we get where we're going. That is way too wobbly up the top. SAS on, even though it won't do anything. Throttle down to about there. Bring up the fuel gauge. And we want to be flying that way. So we have no control to begin with. We have control to begin with. It's spinning. Stop spinning. No, that's not good. Come on, go that way. Go towards the orange line. Stop spinning. Okay, it's not spinning anymore. We have control. Sadly, however, we do appear to be heading in the kind of the wrong direction at the moment. So we're going to try and bring it over here. We'll go down the orange line if we can. Don't go too half the line though. Come on, ball, come across. We're travelling way too fast. Off angle. I mean, I can just bring it all the way up. At this point, we don't have the fuel to do what we need to do. That's a problem. Well, bring it up. We'll try and get in orbit as best we can. What are we at right now? 96. Okay, head it over onto the line, and then we'll try and do an orbital insertion, but I don't think we're making an orbital insertion. Although saying that, deploy that antenna please. I didn't realise we were making an orbit insertion with our original fuel tank. I didn't mean to burn into a spin. Perfect. Deploy. There we go. Alright, we have this one here to do the orbit insertion with. Hopefully it's a sufficiently big burn for the orbit insertion. I'm going to need the I'm going to need help with the orbital incorrection because yeah, we'll look at that. I did go the wrong way. Half of the fuel gone. We're in space. Alright, the key thing right now is we are in space. Can't see the craft. Oh, there it is. I've done a toad thing, but then we couldn't just where we'd lost it forever. Might as well deploy these. There they are. So intended range of 5 million meters combinable. There's 3 of them. They should be acting as a 10 million kilometer relay. The mission itself, sadly, is very undoable. With the fuel we have, not undoable in total. It might be even better to wait for a later launch date when that was over us. We have a hell of a inclination change to do. And to get to 10 million is pushing it. I mean, this fuel is really not going to do it. So what can we do? We can burn half the fuel getting us into a big orbit, the other half push into another orbit, and then at least we've got an orbital satellite, haven't we? And then we'll just need to work on something else. But before we do, take me to the Space Center. Let's see if we have the money to upgrade the tracking center. I would like to be able to have the conics and see what it would cost us to do it in fuel. 150k. Ooh. Give me it's pushing our budget a bit lower than I'd like it to be. Right, if we were to try and hit this this thing, yeah, it's going to take us a lot of fuel to get there. It's almost a lunar orbit. The lunar orbit was not far out. Well, like I said, we can't do it, but what we can do is get ourselves as high as possible. So, little throttle, get us on the alignment, burn half of the remaining fuel. Well, maybe not all the half. Maybe take it down to 60. We appear to be targeting something. Can we not target something, please? There we go. All right. Burn. There we go. 703,000. It's not the longest communication satellite, but it's orbital, and it's polar, which is actually really useful for this piece. All right. Rotate it around. We're looking to try to circularize it a bit if we can. All right, here we go. Waiting for circularization. Circularized. Can we go for 1 million each side, do you think? $1 million. We definitely can make 1 million. Alright, we apparently have some kind of rotation force, even though I didn't realise this craft had rotation force, which is interesting. Slow down, slow it down. Come on, come back, come back, come back, come back. Well, it nearly made it to 1 million, but we kind of off angle with the burn a little bit. Because of the time I did it at. But I do want it to be 1 million either way, so rotate this around. I would like to see prograde, good. I'm going to burn, I don't think the other side by a little bit to 1 million. That's all I want. There we go. We're 1 million on both sides. It's a little bit shy of the 10 million we're aiming for. But we have a communication satellite in orbit. Let's shut that down so we don't forget in the future. We have solar panels to keep it powered. We have a small antenna here to keep it transmitting. We have these, which are combined apparently. High antenna done. Done. Which doesn't actually do anything. Require complete, we allow partial. There we go. So it's now transmitting quite happily. Let's just for more aesthetic reasons than anything else, have it pointed down at the planet. And there we go. Look at that. Isn't it pretty? Aerodynamic forces have been enabled. Didn't know it was a thing. But there we go. We successfully put in orbit a communication satellite. We didn't mean to. Well, we did, but not for this altitude. But we did learn that we can do that with a little bit of fuel spare. So we do need to bump this rocket up for the next one. Now it's totally not a doomsday weapon. It's not. If it crashes into something, it was a doomsday accident, right? So 2 tourists, you say? Okay, we have to do the thing I was putting off doing. Space plane hangar, please. I'll take a command pod and a fuel tank. We don't have wheels yet, do we? No. Alright. In that case, we'll not have a fuel tank. Well, we will. We'll need a fuel tank. But we don't want fuel in it. We'll take another fuel tank. We also want fuel in it. Okay. Actually, that fuel tank can go away. That can be replaced. Actually, that fuel can go away as well, actually, think about it. Science. I'll take a Science Junior, please. And a second Science Junior. And a third Science Junior. And a fourth Science Junior. We will take... Ooh. Hi. 1. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. Don't mean mobile science lab. Technically, we don't need all those. Technically, I'm going to need a battery. There we go. Welcome to the science roller. Launch it. Unable to launch, can't afford the vessel. Now we can prank Collage whenever we want. Just told. It costs 18,000. We have in the bank a lot less than that. I think 17,000. We're not going to be launching it, so we're going to get all of it back. 16,000. So we just take a few of the bits off of it. Alright, how much did these things cost? Oh, the batteries are super cheap. There we go. Launch it. This won't get many places, but it will get us some good science. Before we recover the whole thing. Alright, first things first, you. Science. Close your doors. Alright, where the light bulb is, to the left. Log your sense data and log your temperature data. The Kerbal that's inside, do a crew report, and an EVA. Grab the science that's in there and store it back inside there and get back inside. Alright. That way. Just gonna get off the runway. You can see the line just here, which wasn't nighttime, but here we go. Slow it down. Don't roll too fast. Things do break if you go too fast. Boop. Right, roll a little bit away. Right, stop there. Roll back up to the window at the top. You. Science. And close it. Next one. You. Science. Temperature. And crew report. And EVA. EVA report. Take the data. Store the data. Get back inside. Now, can we make it over there without breaking anything? Is the question here. Let's see if there isn't anything over there. Yeah, there's nothing over there in the direction we can go. We want to go over there towards that light source. Can I rotate this? Is the question. Is the reaction wheel sufficient to rotate it? Is the question really? Not really. Well, let's recover the vehicle as it is. We should have a fair bit of science from that anyway. And the whole vehicle's value comes back as well, because we didn't actually waste any fuel or do anything like that. 34 science. The whole vehicle's price came back, minus a small fee, I think. But 34 science takes us up to the one we can't see afford stuff. And the one I need is this one, with the people in it. Which one will it with the people in it? That one. I mean, the Kerbal crew gives a crew capacity of 2. That's enough to get those 2 scientists, 2 tourists into space. It's not helpful for anything else, but with space tape, it's always helpful to get space tape. Alright, now we're going to launch tourists. Alright, so, we're going to want... Do we want to take a Kerbal with us? Or do we want to make it electronic? Thank you for Kerbal for now, but robots would be better in some situations here. Right, where would they be if there were people in this? Utilities, there they are. Alright, the people, we need that on top. We're going to want one of these on this side because we don't want them dying. They tend to report that kind of thing when the family members disappear. We learned that the hard way. Alright, decoupler on the bottom. Fuel tank on there. Alright, parachutes will deploy at the same time. Let's not do that. I'd like to have more like a drogue shoot and then the full shoot. Alright. So first thing is we'll put down 4 of these. Could we not have the black stripe on every single one of them? There we go. Okay. need an engine on that at some point. One swivel. Alright, that gets us 16,000 meters. A couple of SRBs on there should really help that out. Do like the thumpers, they are a very nice SRB. There we go. These will now have aerodynamics on them because we can. And we will also, where's my structural button? Space tape these. Because space tape is the most important thing in the universe for rocket building, as we all are aware. There we go. Space tape. Alright. That will get us most of the way there. I do need some wings on this. I would much prefer the ones that can be controlled, but needs must, right? There we go. Okay. We're going to need some more amount of that thrust to get us into space. Do we add an extra engine, or do we go down the route of fuel tanks? Or do we go down the route of just shoving the most speed out of it as we can on the first stage? Let's pop that there. So it can be a TWR without that engine burning. What a 1.6 TWR. Perfect. That will give us 2,700. It's not enough to make orbit. Give me another 2 and we'll do a quick check on that. That would give me 3,100. It's borderlining it. What we could do sure. I wasn't expecting him to nudge in when that happened, but sure. What we could do is add another SRB to the bottom of this, just to like for fun. Give me a decoupler. Let's sit on the Reliant. It will be a flea. Maybe no. Go with a hammer. The hammer. Drop that at the same time, only it will burn at maximum speed, whereas these are burning slower. And then it will drop off there. That's more of a sort of fun launch piece than actual like mission stuff. Launch with that, drop that off, that takes over, and they're all burning at time. Okay, what number are we at? Oh, well, we didn't know the number, but 005 I believe is the current number. To space. It was 5. Perfect. We have 2. Well, that's the autosave. Ignore the autosave. No one cares about the autosave. Alright. Kerbals. 1 Kerbal, and you hopefully get yourself the pip you need, plus the 2 tourists. Let's give it a try, shall we? DJ Crumble, thank you very much for subscribing for 36 months. It is much appreciated, and welcome back to the stream. And we got a nice new emote. Also, thanks for the pizza, DJ says Toad. Alrighty, let's launch it and test it. It'll probably fall over the first chance it gets, but let's give it a test anyway. Away it goes! Perfectly safe. Always the safest when we do anything. Oh. We're going way too fast right now. Nothing I can do about it. Goodbye, it's a rocket that no one cared about. We are not turning this rocket without turning the liquid engine on. I don't want to turn the liquid engine on. 10k going straight up. We need to start turning. Start the turning. I don't think we're going to have the fuel to do it though. Well, we can do it. It's spinning more than I'd like it to. Okay, hold that halfway mark. Hold that. $50k. Holding 50. Need to get to about 75 with full throttle. 60. 70. There we go, 75. Okay, we just glide for a little bit. We have half a tank left. I think we can get these guys into space. There Right, when we hit 70, we want to slow this down. They are now officially in space. Good for them. Mission-wise, all but one are happy. One of them needs an orbit, unfortunately. 30 seconds for the next one. Beginning burn in 3, 2, 1. Burn. One of these should show me the thing, actually. Oh, yeah, there we are. Periaps and apparatus. That's perfect. That means they could technically do it for me then. 6 seconds. We'll bring that up a bit. Holding, there we go. Holding about 6 seconds if we can. Minus 200k. We're not looking good on the circularization. Oh, 77 and 88. I was not confident in that. That last one. Don't want to run that again. I don't care about the messages ever. Okay, now they've got to come back. Not a loss of base in the KP rockets. I can fix that. I believe I have the volume turned in a certain way that makes it not do it too much. Alright, let's head them straight back. Give me a retrograde position, please. Jebediah, that means you have very much done your training program. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to just burn it down so these get a decent drop. I don't want to risk these guys too much. So I'm going to bring it down to 40k. 50 would actually be quite safe. 50k. I'm going to drop the fuel tank now so we don't get tempted to utilize it. Switch back to retrograde. Hold the retrograde. It's too dark to see the rocket we ejected, but it's somewhere just there. Barely make it out until you cursor over it. Nighttime maneuvers, KSP. Nighttime maneuvers. We need light bulbs on these crafts. Right, take us in. It's going to be a daytime landing, so we should all be happy. Rotate that so the parachute is on the top. Less likely to get some heat then. Alright. Here we go. We're coming down. There's the booster, by the way, that we ejected earlier. So DJ, how was work? Alright, 66k. So they're going to come down to 45 over here, but that's the 50 over here, but that's dropping rapidly. We should be landing around this lake, but most likely in this mountain range here. So hopefully we don't roll down too far. But Jebediah is having a bit of a panic attack. However, the other tourists appear to be very happy about what's happening right now. To be fair, if you were in space looking at that right now, you'd be really, really happy. Show me the inner view, please. I mean, this is what they can see out the window. Amazing! Amazing! It's space! Let me just show them that out your window. You'd be so happy. Anyone know how to get out of this view? Orbital info, advanced orbital info. Well, I guess we live here now. Controls will be good. How do you get out of this view mode? I thought there was a button over here, but I don't see it anymore. Scroll. Nope. Well, we live here now. Now you're going to land in first. Not even the first person. This is a tourist seat. Ah, square brackets. It tried to switch focus, couldn't do it, so it took me back to here. There is one to jump between seats. I didn't know which one it was, so I thought I'd try all the safe buttons. Key thing being safe buttons. I knew I didn't want to hit spacebar, let's put it that way. Jeb, you decided not to do that anymore? Thank you. Right, how close are we to, yeah. 30k, dropping into the ocean soon. We're going to be hitting land, but it might be getting dark when we land. Safe button. You mean not the quote one? It's fine. That was perfectly safe. I totally didn't do that in the last mission as well. Oh, there we go. Right, now we're heading down. Passenger ass first, because that's obviously the best way of doing it. I am a little worried about the passengers. Because they haven't got a heat shield and they are coming in first. From orbital velocities. Okay, here we go. So I wanted a very slow descent. I didn't want to be coming in at like the angles we've been doing before. Hey, look, Kerbal's there. We should go to the moon. No? Okay. No thermal warnings right now. Doesn't mean we won't get any in a moment, though. Currently aiming for the water. I think we'll hit that little island, or just before the island is over there. But it says we currently aim to go right over it. Was there anything in the contract about the return? Unfortunately, yes. Yes, unfortunately there was something in the contract about return. It said return them back to their destination. It didn't say alive. So technically we could return the ashes, right? That nice little thermometer you have right there. pod. I'm just gonna pretend I can't see that right now. Right, parachutes are ready, but it's a bit too fast. Although, I think we're going to be landing very, very close to that island. I was expecting to come this side of it, in case P said we're going to be landing over here. We may land right here, just after it. Although, the way we're slowing down now, I'm not even sure we'll make it to the island. We might actually end up on the land. Jeb's having trouble keeping the ship in line, I can tell that. Oh, there we go. Turn off the SES then. If we can't do it properly, don't do it at all, right? Now we're a bullet. Now we're a bullet. Would much appreciate slowing down enough to deploy the parachutes. That would be awesome. Jeb. 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 Slow us down. We're 8,000 meters. Parachutes still can't be deployed. Just want to deploy the parachutes. It's going to be really close. Oh, if we hadn't flipped, we'd have been fine. Oh, if we hadn't flipped, if we had not flipped around, we wouldn't have had that bullet-like projectile shape. It was fine. Needed a drug chute for that one. Damn it. Hi. About the contract we just failed. Yeah. Could we have another one, please? We know where we went wrong this last time. Oh look, take 2 tourists to the destination of orbit and suborbit. I'll take that, thank you very much. You really should check stuff out first. Alright, let's try it again, shall we? This time we'll put a drug chute on it, not just a parachute. So, right, see that little parachute we have there? On the bottom there? Let's put a drug chute on the other side. We'll put it up here this time round. Put 2 of them. Yeah, the drug chutes. They can do their job separately. Right, the drug chutes, on the other hand, they're going to need to be deployed here. Bring that engine down. Bring that engine down here so we can deploy that before we jettison them if we need to. That was the thing we didn't really have the option for. Hey, let's make sure people are in it this time. Hey, tourists, we're trying to get in going for a flight. We did unfortunately lose Jebediah. So, we're going to need a new pilot. But I'm going to bring Valentina in for this one. Because I could do a pilot who can actually hold the retrograde. So, save that. Launch. Then we've got to recruit a new pilot. I hope KSP lets me rename them. That'd be cool. Otherwise, I'll have to install the mod for next time. What's that? Alright. But we need DJ Kerb. We really do. Right, get ready to drop that fuel stage now. Switching the engine on now, so we have it when we need it. We'll go to about 10k before we start throttling up. throttling up a little bit, give us a little bit of manoeuvring power here. We're not getting any real torque out of it. Let them fall away, throttle up. Then moving down the ball. Good to have the two first throttle. Start moving us down the ball. Come on, come down the ball. Hold us at 45 degrees, please. Throttle up. And hold. We are doing 95. Wow, we climbed a lot faster than we were supposed to. That is way too steep. Those SRBs push us way too steep. Alright, take us up. Hold it at 10 seconds. Swing us over. And full burn. There we are. You can see it now. Can we just see this from the other side or not? Still too dark to see it anywhere. But there you go. You can see it. Put the nose a little bit. There we go. Minus 300k. Minus 250. Minus 40. Plus 83. Another set of tourists successfully in space. Now, the thing about returning them. Well, I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Captain Cross. Rest well. Look at that. Isn't it a beauty? Isn't it a beaut? Alright, do I check the deployment chute here? Breakaway, drogue chutes, main chute, secondary chute. Those two are the wrong way around. It's deploy the drogue chutes to help slow us down. Deploy that one to help orientate us. And then deploy that one to bring it down to a safe landing at the last piece. Alright. Where are we in the orbital plane right now? Yeah, okay. Swing us around, please, Valentina. Get to practice on all of them. It's really annoying. Swing us around to the far side. We'll do a hard burn and bring this down to about the same as we did before. $77, $75, $72. The 55 was really nice. It came buzzing really nicely. There we go. Bring it down to about 50 this time round. There we go. Swing us around. I won't be actually thinking about it. I don't want to be that low. We'll go around to the far side. We'll give it a little burn. Pop that back up to 52. And then we'll dump the fuel tank. Okay, all done. Map mode is off. Swing us around to retrograde position. And then halfway around the retrograde rotation. Goodbye, fuel tank. It didn't go by. Bye, fuel tank. Don't know why it didn't deploy. I need to find out what the hotkey for that is and get rid of it. Because I keep pressing something for screenshots, that happens. Alright, in that case, bring us home. Where is it? He'll come back and hit us at some point. If I don't know where it is. It's gonna be behind us, because it went up in its orbit. But it won't be that far ahead of it, behind us. Because we won't be able to see our space debris yet. On the hood. Okay, remember how Jeb was like terrified for some reason that we don't know? Well, Valentina seems really happy about this flight. Oh, there it is. That's us. You can just make ourselves that way with tips up like that. It's daytime, look. But I don't know where that engine pod went. I'm a little worried it's going to come back and hit us in the ass at some point. Oh well, can't do about it now anyway. Rotate the main chute on the top. Bring us in. Now, we're not going to hit the island this time around. We're way above the island. But there's going to be a splashdown. We're at 90k apoaps right now. 48k periaps. Could the camera change, please? I don't actually like this camera. You can't rotate the thing around the craft. There's a button for it. I can't remember where it is. I think it's C, maybe. Alright, here we go. We are now at 37k. So we're going in. There we go. There's our thermal. Oop, camera randomly flipping around because the camera likes to be an ass in this game and always has been and always will be. I'm also making like a sound. Is it me? The game making no sounds. So as soon as the drug chutes say it's safe, we deploy them. Alright, you two tourists, we promise we won't let happen to you what happened to your friends. That we're not allowed to talk to due to the NDA we signed before we take it off. Oh, there we go. Starting to rotate into the wind. Would appreciate that part that's red not being red right now. Because that's the part with the pilot in it. Sure, do that if you wish. It does actually help reduce the heat, so I'm happy with that. Hold your nose up in the air, that would be great though. We're still going way too fast. Tumbling is good. You could really do with the nose in the air though. Come on, drug chute. $13K. Come on, drug chute. Make it safe. Going out of our re-entry heat's good. Drug chutes. You're literally here for one reason right now. It's gonna happen again, isn't it? I can't rotate the craft without power. Oh, drug chutes. You were here for one reason, drug chutes. Well then. We brought drug chutes for one reason. One reason. One reason. Alright, so if we're allowed to take people ever again, we're going to come in a very, very, very... Should have brought them for 2 reasons. That is true, Joyce. I really should have brought them for 2 reasons. I have a plan that I can use. I just don't like using it. And that is to keep the engine stack with us and use it to slow stuff down a lot more. To become additional debris, to find the crash site. To be fair, it worked, right? They keep giving us people. Someone doesn't like these people, I'm telling you. Right, well, we'll try it again. This time I will keep the engine stack around. I don't like doing it, because I find it a little bit cheaty, personally.
Have you done Kerbal yet?
Nothing's on fire. All the debris in the ocean. Right, we don't have a pilot right now. We only have engineers and scientists. Let's go grab a pilot, shall we? Karloff, not enough funds to hire a recruit. Can I resurrect you guys?
I may have took a sleepy pill instead of a pain relief pill. Oops.
Okay, so we're going to space with tourists, with Bill. I think Bill's the engineer, right? May have took a sleepy pill instead of a pain relief pill. Oops. Well, you'll sleep, right? There we go. We're taking the engineer up. Drug chutes to play there. Then, yeah, those two are on the way around. Oh, that should have had a... There we go.
Bill neither science, engineer guy.
And you deploy. Yeah, they're all good. We don't even need this stack, by the way. I just like it there for stupidity reasons. But we are going to have to fly this crafted by hand. Bill neither the science guy, engineer guy. It's Bill Kerman, the engineer guy. Here we go. We have no SCS capabilities whatsoever, so it's all hand flying. I am holding down the control right now because we do have a slight lean, because normally it would have been controlled from the very beginning. Can we turn the right direction, please? Shit. I have the throttle running, but it's just doing nothing right now. Whoop, 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 whoop. Bill, could you act like an astronaut? Could you not roll the rocket, please, Bill? There we go. Let's just try to... Whoa, we spin pretty quickly. That's good, actually. I kind of like it when you spin it. I hold that. Well, we travel into the air at very high altitude because I'm an idiot. Right, we're out of the atmosphere. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. Take a smudgy break. Hey, Smudgy. Hey, Smudgy. Hey, Smudgy. Smudge has come to give us our approval for this mission. He said it will be fine and we will be able to make the successful landing and not be killing any more Kerbals today. Alright, Smudgy, get you a treat before we head back to not killing Kerbals. What I like him a bit, but if you look down at his eyes, he's eating his treats, but his eyes are entirely closed. He never opens his eyes when he's eating. Hi there. Alright. So we're still on the flight up, but we're about to start giving our downwards burn to level off. The hope now is we get these two into space, stabilize them, and we do a skim of the atmosphere, and then we have to use the engine to slow ourselves down while using an engineer as our pilot. Things are going to be interesting. Baby shark smudge, baby shark smudge. Oh. Yay for Imperial people. What? Just took a ton of them. Break soon? Yeah, I'll be getting another drink in a moment. And well, not a drink, but I'll be getting a bit to walk around in a few moments. This is only going to be a short stream anyway, so we'll see how that goes as well. The ship is annoyingly rotating still. I do like it to be at that angle. Take us up. 40 seconds. Begin the rotation now because we have to control a lot more fine control now than we used to have to do, thanks to a certain engineer being the pilot. Seven seconds. 6 seconds. We're rolling for some reason. Stop rolling. Okay, and can we keep it? Nope. Nose up a bit more. Come on, bring your nose up. Don't actually care about the nose to tell you too much. I do care about the fact that periapse is still minus 400k. $300k. Come on, do it. 200k. Minus 60, 70, plus. Whoa! Alright, Billy did it. You got into space. Congratulations. Now you got to get them back down again without killing them all. This so far is something that every one of our pilots has failed so far. So, have we met all the objectives so far? Yes. Swing around. Begin the de-entry burn. Then we go for a break and we do the landing when we come back. And we keep the engine block on us as a weight, because that's what I think that's one of the things that's been causing this issue, which I didn't want to do. You say, Alright, beginning burn. $59 is fine by me. It's a lot higher than normal, which means we should be able to come in slower, which means in theory we hold on to the a bit longer. Right, bring it down so we're in atmo, so we can't abandon it. Right, we're entering atmo now. So we're going to swing it that way. We want to keep our ass into the wind at all costs. Nobody likes their nose in the wind, just makes your nose runny. We'll hold there. And now we take a quick break. We are now lined up for the re-entry. That was a little bit of a loud spike, wasn't it? We're now lined up for a re-entry. We're probably going to have a lot of heat, but we're coming down much shallower this time around, and we are coming in with the engine stack. So when we get near the ground, if the engine stack's still on us, we can burn the engine to reduce that last piece of speed. I don't want to burn the engine at all, but we might need to. Alright, but we'll be back in just 1 minute when I'll just have a quick move around. Back in a second. Hey, we're back. Killed a Megasloth and the last pet on the map before helpful Imperial traders left. Ah, those Imperials. I wonder about Imperials earlier. Yeah, lost 3 colonies to Brandy now. Last one was doing good. Then a flash storm started on the map. And a strange drop pod happened while I was trying to put out my only food crops. Then it popped out a maddened manhunter while I got hit by lightning from the flash storm, got up to be attacked by the manhunter, and then burned to death from the fire. Rimworld combinations for you, eh? Oh. Okay, here we go. Got to keep an eye on power, because we don't, unless we burn the engine, we don't have power. Look how Bill's that. Yay! Thanks, wifey. We could deploy the drug shoots now, apparently. I don't trust it. It said no all the way down before. I think it's so high up. Yep, now it's too dangerous to deploy them. I think it would have staged them and it would have been in trouble, basically. Alright, we are at 87.58. If you wonder what I'm reading, on the bottom left of the screen there's apoapsis and periapsis. Periapsis is our lowest part of our orbit, and the apoapsis is our highest part of our orbit. And we want them both to be dropping below 70, because that means both of them are in the atmosphere. As you can see, the apoapsis is dropping pretty rapidly, whereas the periapsis is not dropping that fast. That's usual. We're not burning an engine, so none of them should be climbing. We're just going to keep going until they go down. Now, ideally, we don't want to be going back up again, but it looks like we are going to. But, well, I just used the fuel in the rocket to slow down quick. Yeah, we will be doing that when we get to the point where we're lower. Because right now, if we do that, we'll we drop so much speed now and begin it again. I think that's been part of our issue. I've been dropping the engine stack when I didn't need it. I will need to burn the engine if our power runs low as well, because power is one of our big things. It's what's controlling my ability to actually run the ship right now. Okay, we're climbing again. So we are. Got to keep an eye on that angle. We're there. We're going down the dark side of the planet. And then we'll be coming down the light side. I feel we should be landing in the light side of the planet. The thing go by smudge? Yes, that thing. Oh, bouncing cat, there he is. Unlock the smudge. There you go. Can you see that number now? The glass is kind of over it. I'm not sure if you can see through the glass or not. There you go. The numbers on the bottom, well, there's actually nothing on the bottom. It's just the period, the orbital thing. But it says 30 minutes, and I think you can see that anyway. Alright, coming in. We are at 3 times time acceleration, so movements are exaggerated a little bit. Then jettison. So we're carrying this stack of fuel with us and the engine to be able to use it when we get down to the low atmosphere and we're still going too fast and we'd be slamming into the ground normally. That's what we're carrying it for. We can just burn the fuel then to drop our speed down when we're not going to gain too much more speed. Then we should have the drogue chutes available. That's the plan. Really, our big problem is I don't have a heat shield. A heat shield would act as a weight for the bottom end of our craft. And because we don't have that, our craft is quite light at the bottom, so it's flipping over to the capsule. And the capsule is then is bullet shaped, so we don't lose speed as much as we would do otherwise. 60 kilometers up. We're almost at the apoapse. And we should start to drop pretty soon. 61.1 is the apoapse. Once we hit that, we will be at the highest part of our orbit. Whoop! I just spotted that drifting away then when I was looking at the map. There we go. Put it in a silhouette for us. We can see it spin around in circles. We are now at the apoapse. And we've used half of our electric charge. And now we're coming down. Perfect. Daylight is over there. When we have to burn the engine, we'll gain a lot of electricity back as well, so that will be helpful. Come on, our orbital speed should be slowing. Actually, technically it gains as we drop. It's kind of weird. You get faster as you fall from orbit, and then you start slowing down when the wind gets out of you. Here we go, coming down. We're at 37k periaps. Sunlight is over the horizon. There we are. We have sunlight now. I think we get to near the point where we can start burning the engine, maybe. But I don't really want to yet. I'll burn it when we start losing control, because then because that helps a little bit as well. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, PS 27. We are stabilizing a little bit. The wings are going to want to flip around. That's the downside here. I'll keep it as close as I can, but burn the engines. Oh, camera. Threw me out for a second then. Here we go. Here comes the engines. Pat. Big flames. Roll up. And go away. Now. Ah! Stop spinning, Bill. Unfortunately, that spin does cause us an issue. Keep the ass in the wind, Bill. I don't think it's going to work. The engines started rotating us a little too. I had to burn the engines earlier than I wanted to. See, I want you to burn the engines around 30k off the ground, not at 50. Also, my mistake, I kept time acceleration turned on. Should most definitely turn that off for the engine burn. Okay, here we go. Whoop, whoop, up, 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 up. Don't go past the halfway mark. You'll never recover it. God. We're having trouble holding it. When the electricity runs out, we can't hold it anymore. I don't think we're making it. I think it's the same situation as before. We're going to go into a bullet shape. $13 on the electric charge. Come on. 27. We need the speed to be below 1,000 for the drogue shoots. Our angle's not the worst this time around though, but we're about to learn electricity and that's when we will nosedive. Come on, we can do it. 6 on the electric scale. We're just not burning speed fast enough. Drogues! I wish I had drogues deployed right now. Can I deploy that one? I deployed that one. Right there. It's technically deployed. Can't do it about it fully though. Yeah, the drugs, that one burnt off. We still have one left. It's on the bottom, it's safe. I didn't actually try to deploy it. Trust there to be a mountain range. Oh, it means we have less land to be safe with. Let's switch that to. There we go. We do appear to be becoming quite shallow this time round. It might help us, but I'm worried about when that nose starts to dip. Like now, we're starting to dip. We need that speed to go down. Need that to go yellow. Come on, you can do it. We're dropping out of supersonic. That's when the nose starts to dip, unfortunately. Come on, drogue shoot. You're already prepped. 700 meters per second. Come on, drogue shoot. It's gonna be the same again, isn't it? Not gonna be making it. These are going too fast. And this is why I wanted the engine. Drogue shoots! Drogue shoots! They deployed at 700 meters above the surface. Oh, wow. Oh, I was so certain we weren't making it. Bring the nose one up, the stabilizer with the wiggle. Oh, and the secondary. Oh, I was so certain we weren't making that. Wow. Oh, I was so sure we were blasting into the ground over there. Can we take any crew report to like say we're here? Bill, can you take an EVA, please? You can't get out because the hatch is scared. Fair point, fair point. You can't get out. Woo. We go with the vessel. Beep. As it lands in Kodasor and it hits the landmine on landing, there's always a possibility it could have landed at a speed just slightly higher than that chamber would have exploded at. That was always a possibility. Alright, science completed. We got 1500 back. And apparently our guests gained 2 XP. Wow. Alright, we made some money. We could hire an astronaut, but we wouldn't be able to build a rocket to launch them in. So we're going to be using a scientist for our next rocket launch. Oh, we could ferry 3 tourists now if we wanted to go for that. Oh. We need to weight the bottom of that craft. I'd love to do that. We can't do it right now, that's the problem. And if I cancel it, we get a fine of 33,000. Alright. Decoupler landed. It's cash, but it's not a lot of cash. I'm going to get rid of a few of these until... Ooh. Temperatures over locations, though. I hate location stuff. We could do two people into space and return them. Thank you, Wifey, for the links. Much appreciated. Can't you stick chutes on the bottom? Or on the battery pack? The problem with the chutes is when the icons are red on the side, that means if I deploy them, they burn up immediately. They're destroyed. If it's yellow, there's a risk that they could be damaged. And if they're white, then I can deploy them safely. And they were red the entire flight down. Alright. What I would like is a mission to put something in space and not care about bringing it back again. Science data from around Kerbin. Transmit or recover scientific data from around Kerbin. Well, take that. And it didn't say anything about it being a new craft. Is what I noticed there. And I believe I put some science on this craft. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think there's some science on this craft. Sadly, there's not. That would have been really useful right now. I could have just transmitted from here. More failed. Oh, that was ages ago. That's the last people we killed. No one cares about them. Back to the Space Center, please. Damn it, I was hoping that one had a A couple of like thermometers or something on it. Alright, 22 science is not enough to get us anything new. But if we can get this rocket launched with a new science payload and leave it in space. Didn't I have a payload for that? Yeah, you flew up there with people on board. So you're the only one. My unmanned craft. You're the only unmanned craft. So if we just stick a bit of science on you, that can be reused over and over again for mission purposes. Like that. And one on this side, just for science aesthetics. MK2. You had a science upgrade. Time for you to fly, my friend. So you're going to be my other orbital satellite that's got no real job at the moment until we build sufficient numbers of you. Alright. SAS on, because you actually do have SAS. Small amount, but you have it anyway. And go. I hate the fact we're leaning again in the same direction as before. I'm not going to do about it unless I throttle a lot more, and I don't want to throttle a lot more. Let's get them spinning, and we'll do the correction once we're in the air. Once we're in full control. Deploy. Rotate it back because we can. We'll head over this way where we want to be. Bring it up. 80, 90, into 100k. There we go. 100k on the perhaps just that whatever the spin was threw us off angle, and then I've lost my ability to fly these crafts smoothly. Right, take us up towards that. Ooh, don't rotate the craft. Don't rotate the craft. Alright, take us up. We're going to be about 20 seconds away from the apoapse when we start the burn process. There we go. 16 seconds. Need to drop this engine stage before we get to the point where the perhaps it's 50k. There we go. Burn the engines, come on, we can do it. Boop. Alright. We are now officially in space. Right, try and get these up to a good amount each. By that, I mean we're going to go to... We're in for 1 million. On each side if we can. There we go. One deployed. Let's bring on the antennas out so they are all prepped and ready for our actual need. Can you stop doing that, please, game? And because we've got nothing to do for a few moments, let's take the science and transmit it. Even though we don't actually have any benefit from that science, it does get us a contract completion. I would have realized what those are about with stacking the chutes in the bottom of our backpack, but add the weight there. Potentially, yeah, we could do some of that actually. The heat shield would be better, but it's not the only option. Okay, hold there. Hold for 20 seconds. Line up on the prograde circle. And there we go. 1 million meters on both sides with plenty of fuel to push that higher if we wanted to. And I'm not going to, so shut down the engine. Having the engine running like that just risks it being used something by accident. Quick check for this area. Yep, science while high in the space is good. And log the temperature and transmit that as well. Let's rotate the craft so its ass is facing the planet. And there we go. Now these are already in relay mode. Status suspended, antenna idle. And there we go. Batteries are recharging. Perfect. That completed a mission as well, which gives us a bit of cash and a reputation boost. This one we still need to do at some point, which is get a 10 million meter craft, which is a key for us going to the moon anyway. Because the one's about 12 million. 47 science. We can buy one thing. Terrier fuel engine. Bigger fuel tank. Wings and wheels. Better flight control wings, a reaction wheel, and an improved pod. I thought we can't afford any of those. So, bigger engine. Now, engines would be good because we could put that engine on there and it just sips the fuel and pushes into space. Once we're in space, we could use that basically. The Terrier is really useful for satellites, basically. The booster's not bad either. And the bigger fuel tank means we won't need as many parts for the same amount of fuel. Let's go for it. Might hurt us in the long run, but worth a try, right? Alright, ferry a VIP into orbit around Kerbal and return. A single person this time around. It's worth about 12 grand. The 2 tourists are worth that each person. Polar orbit. Don't want those missions anymore. We have a lot of ferry 2 people. You get rid of the 3s since we are not going to be carrying 3 people anywhere anytime soon. Four tourists. How about no? 3 tourists. 3 tourists. Places above the planet. Airstream predictive shell. No. Be nice, but well, actually, look at that one. It needs to be an escape trajectory. So we have to be going ridiculously fast for our current tech level. Now. So these suitable satellites are in orbit at the moment. We can't get to the Moon yet, but we're not far off that. I mean, in fact, we probably could do it with our current technology if we just build up some tech, right? Explore the Moon would give us a lot of money. But we give money up front? Yeah, 87 grand up front. We can do this safety one here. It gives 12 grand. We're going to need the money to build the thing. So let's do the standard single VIP person. Shall we do the VIP? You know what? No, we've had VIP stuff for a while. I don't want to do ferrying people so much, so let's say our next task is to go to the man. Can we build something that can get to the Moon? That's our big question now. Okay. It doesn't need to be manned. It just needs to get there. So we'll open 5, so we can send you. Okay. But let me create a new craft. Give me a second. Let's we go back to the main menu and back into the VAB. There we go. So you're the lightest one, which is what we need to keep the weight down now. But we'll need a battery and we'll need some solar panels. So power generation there. We'd need some power gen. 2 of those will be fine. On either side, so it should always be facing the sun as long as we're not in shade. Okay. The plan is to put you in orbit of the Moon. Right? Now. 006. Moon. Probe. Alpha. So we're going to get that little ball into the Moon's orbit. Now, does this mission have a return? Gather scientists and return to Kerbal from a flyby of the Moon. So this is only a flyby. Whereas these are satellites. And they pay 124. And the Moon one pays 162. They require very specific angles. They can go screw themselves for now. We'll do a flyby. Okay, I'm going to grab that contract. Our next mission is to build a flyby mission. Okay. Now, quick look at the Delta V chart from earlier. What is a flyby going to cost us? Right, where is it? Where's my map gone? Whoever did these maps did a really good job with them. I like these maps. Alright, so 3,400 to get to Kerbal orbit. Then once at Kerbal orbit, we want to transfer out to the Mun. That's another 860 to get to the Mun. Orbit capture. And that's all we need. If we can do it in the right way, we can get a return trajectory. Now what we ideally want is a free return trajectory. That's the goal. Now did the mission say we had to survive it? Return to Kerbal. Bring a vessel that flew to the Mun back to the surface of Kerbal. Ooh. It requires an actual landing as well. Okay. So it's take this up to Kerbal, do a flyby, and bring it back. It has to survive. It might be better taking that craft and a pilot. We can afford to get one now. Because this craft has a small ablator. 20 ablator. It's not a lot. If we could get an actual ablator, that'd be great. Did we get it in beginning up, did we? We did. Okay, heat shields. So we could stop an heat shield on it. That'd work. And this already has a built-in decoupler. Or we take the actual proper capsule with the ablator on the bottom. Stick this little tiny parachute on top. And that's the whole thing we have to take to the Moon. Don't care about anything else coming back. That's all that has to come back. So we're going to give it a decoupler. So we'll go there. What are these? That's like a super large one. And that's a super large one. For some reason we don't have any parts of it. So for that, I'm going to put in a fuel tank. Can I have the bigger fuel tank? And we should have a new engine now, the Terrier. Get that into space and that will easily push it to the Moon. Right, decoupler on that. Then we're going to want the fuel tanks. A few of those with a swivel on the bottom. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Right, that'll give us access to 2,000 meters per second delta V on that one stage alone. We need to get 3,400 out of that. Now that top one's going to give us 572. We need 860, so that actually won't push us to the Mun. Not by itself. That would just about do it. And then that would have to do it. But we'd have to get all that to space though. Which means, really, we need to be taking that with us in order to push this into final orbit and then to go to the Mun. Then that would give us the 1,300 to get off the ground. But we need about 3,500 to push that into space. So let's go get some SRBs on this. 3 SRBs, starting on this front piece here. Do we go SRBs or do we go liquid all the way? They do produce a lot of thrust. Aerodynamic, the top of them. Space tape the side of them. And space tape the other side. go. Space tapes, they're good. They need 2 pieces, but it's symmetrical that way. So that will launch quite happily. Those really should be a little bit lower down though. Perfect. Right. Aerodynamics. Big wing. Goes there. 3 of those to help you cut through the air better. Everyone's going to be happy with that. Those SRBs will give us 9400 and add that to the 3000 to 1300. That's not a lot. That was awesome. What was awesome, Toad? A raid? They killed a mosquito. Alright, I think thumpers are not the way to go here. I think the way to go here is all liquid with reliance. Oh, there's still things. Why are you not snapping onto the thing? And put reliance on there. The reliance are powerful, but they can't be gimbaled. So only the one in the middle can be gimbaled, and it's less efficient than the others. Where are you? I killed a mosquito by clapping so hard I bruised my hands. I didn't squash it. The shockwave from my clap stun killed it. Perfectly intact but dead. And I bruised my palms. I gotta take a pic. Ow. Oh. Alright, this would give me 1600 meters per second. They're going to be on the same stage, so there'll be enough for us, don't worry about it. But they're going to give me, there we go, 2400 meters per second on that piece. Why do you have any thrust on you? Right, you're going to run out a bit early, that's why, okay. 22, 24, 2600 meters per second. We're pushing it on this making space. That making moon. It might be that a single mon SRB will work here. Whoa, okay. Didn't realise it was quite that long. Right, can this capsule have a solar panel? Because I'm feeling it'd be useful to have a little power generation. Where we're going? Just the one will do, actually. Just there will do. Symmetry reasons, put 2 on. Right. That would give us 3600 in total. And we need, what was it? 34 to get into space and 860 to get to the Mun. Pete, check live streams. I set it on its side. It's perfectly intact, but dead. Oh my god, my hand still hurt. Totally worth it. Well, you definitely got it intact, didn't you? Right, where's my live stream channel gone? But I scored out of it by accident. Live streams. There we go. Alright. Will that make it to the moon? The answer is probably not. We need more thrust on this starter stage. Some kickers. Now it's probably stupid. And you know me, if it's stupid, it's worth a try, right? So put down here, you lot, in together. And you guys come in here as well. Right. SIBs. Just some hammers will be fine. Wah. They'll add 300 milliseconds, meters per second of delta V for no reason other than we can, and it's going to be stupid, and it's going to be fun, and we can do it. It's even a probe, is it? Ugh. Mun, not a probe alpha. Where is Mun probe alpha? Delete, because you're not a probe. Alright, we have a capsule on top, we have a heat shield on the bottom. We don't need all of it, but I'm not going to play around with the heat shield until I know how much we do or don't use. Do you have any little altitude adjustment thrusters to turn the capsule around at the end? We don't, unfortunately, right now. Right now we don't have the thrusters, the monoprop thrusters. What we do have is a reaction wheel, which is quite powerful and can do the job quite nicely, but when it had that big section on the bottom, it just couldn't overcome both of them. By itself, it won't need it. It'll sell itself. It's like right now, it's like a Soyuz capsule. Without any power or any engines, it'll still put its ass in the wind and stay that way. It's just before the piece we had below was really light, so when that part was heavy and that part was light, that would flip around. How about more Kerbals and some ores? But let's give this one a try. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a very stupid bottom piece that there's no real reason to exist other than I wanted to try it out. But for stability, I'm going to put some space tape in here. Here we go. Right, that is there for no reason other than just stupidity. I felt like it'd be fun to try those things at the bottom. The main rocket is this part here. And one Kerbal boss with a kettle drum. Right, let's send this goes back. Let's hire a pilot to take this. Because if they survive it, they will have enough expertise to fly back down again. Katloff Kerman, welcome aboard. Ooh, can I change your name? They'll let me change your suit, but they won't let me change your name. ESA, pale blue, white base. That's the ESA suit. Brown vintage, orange, blue vintage. Orange and grey, blue, and white future. I like the EVA, the ESA one. You know what? You get to have the ESA one. Boop, there you go. Are these different stages or something? Don't know what the different ones are. Anyway, you've got a mission to go to. Now this is hopefully a flyby mission of the Mun with our favourite Kerbal. No, Bill, get out of the seat. Katloff Kerman. Katloff, because Cat. You clearly had to be part of our team. Other than the initial starting stage, we are at a full liquid stack. The solid stack is just a fun stack that's there. That's fine, don't worry about it. It's supposed to wobble like that. Okay, let's go. It's leading so much. There we go. Starting the slow rollover. I'm going to be rolling around 10k if I remember the aerodynamics of this game correctly, which I probably don't, and it has been a long time playing it. There we go. Falling down because we're getting aerodynamic indicators. Ease it over. I'm going to be at 45 as soon as we can. We are getting some roll effect, unfortunately. I can deal without that being a problem. Keep pulling it down the ball until it hits about 75 on the apples. Power off and hold. All right. Let's check the space version. We're going to start burning around 20, so I'm going to start reorientating around 530. Let's do it at 40 actually, just so we got more time, because this is a big rocket. And we only have the reaction wheel on the top to do this with. We're going to be dumping all 4 of these rockets before we make the full orbit, so we don't leave debris behind. Burn, 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 burn. Come on, rocket, you can do it. We're losing those rockets in a moment. Bye! There we go. We have made orbit. And we have most of our next stage intact. 73 by 88, that is the definite 100% guaranteed orbit. Now where is the Mun? Mun's over there. We're on a pretty bad angle, unfortunately. Look at that. No, actually pretty good. We're just going to wait for the Mun to come over the surface and then burn our engines and hope we actually hit it. Because we don't have the maneuver planning right now. Oh, what it actually gives us that? Is it a tracking station thing, or is it one of the other buildings that give us it? Because I could really do with being able to place a maneuver node down right now. That'd be so useful. That would give me conics available. I'm not too worried about patch conics. Transfer available, it won't be you. Astronaut complex. That's Kerbals, EVA and flags. Strategies, you're going to be the speed. You are the flight planning, 75k. If we do this and we plan it properly, we won't need it, we won't have a problem. There we go. So flight planning is important for us. It's the one that allows us to plan a maneuver node ahead of time. I believe. Yes, it is. Add a maneuver node, blast it out into space, and where we can hit the moon. Right, what's the closest we can hit the moon? We don't have to hit it by much, that's the thing. But I want a free return trajectory if we can help it. Okay, bring it out a bit. Ah! Damn it, go away. Alright, put that there. If we burn that out, right, get close enough in there so I can actually see the damn thing. Okay, that I can do. Can I get out of the map mode, please? We need to start burning the engines pretty much now to do this. On the blue, on the blue. Oh, there's the moon. Actually, that's almost perfect. I didn't realise we had the engine strong enough to do that. Here we go. Full on burn on the blue dot. So the old way of doing it, which I didn't realise was still a thing, was to go to the moon, you burn the engine on the horizon when the moon comes over the surface. I didn't realise that was still actually correct. Percentage of the delta V burn used to calculate the start burn line. Oh wait, before and after burns. Got it. 1 million. Now we didn't bring any science with us. This wasn't about getting science, this was more about getting us to the moon and proving we could do it. If this craft can get us to the moon, we can just switch the top piece out with a satellite and we can do this one. Look at our fuel remaining. This Terrier engine, oh my god, it's so good. It just sips fuel. It takes a while to burn, but it just sips fuel. Cancel that. Right. Now I want to make sure that we don't do that. This is a free return trajectory if we get it right. Ooh, we went too far. And that to be about 40 for our return. Okay. Set us forward. That will put us into the moon orbit for a very short space of time. Which is excellent for us because it means that we get to do a little thing and then come our way. Alright, let's go out there. Because our mission itself is fly by the moon, get some data, which we can do the finger report, and then return. Yeah, none of them have an altitude thing. There it is. Look at that. This is where we temporarily enter into the moon's orbit. It's very, very slight. We're not going to be there for very long. Ooh, that's just mean. We popped out of the moon's orbit for the last second. Push it up. There it is. Okay, let's try it again. We, for some reason, the game decided we weren't going to be in the moon's orbit anymore. Here we go. Alright, we're in the moon's orbit. I think it was just maybe a glitch because it didn't seem to change much. Let's get a crew report. Crew report done. Can we EVA? Might as well get a figure report as well. Take the data. EVA report. Store the data, get back inside. Can we transmit that? I don't think we can. We don't have any antennas to do it. Right. Recover or transmit any science equipment from the moon. Yes, we have to bring it back because we don't have the ability to transmit from here. We are going to have to keep an eye on this return trajectory now. Alright, there we go. We are now back in orbit. Our apparatus is way too low. The periaps is way too high, sorry, not low. I took the wrong one then. So let's come and slow ourselves down. I want that to be about 40k. Stick us on a retrograde orbit, please. Bring a slight thrust up and bring it down to. I think we'll say we're aiming for 40. You know what? Let's go 50. Go 50. We'll take the engine package with us. Well, Moon, it's been nice seeing you. We'll be back for a longer visit soon. You know what? We're so high up in Kerbal Space right now, right? Give me a crew report for high over Kerbal and an EVA report for high over Kerbal. And gather the data, store the data, get back in. Whew. Cookies are put away and cleanup is done. Nice. It's always nice when you get the cleanup part done. It's like I don't have to do anything else now. I can just wait for them to cool down and eat the tasty biscuits. Alright, here we go. Coming in at 50k. Just be a bit high, but we've got loads of fuel to help out with. Let's just turn on the SAS, put us into a retrograde position. Still want to bring it down to about 40. There we go. We shouldn't need this rocket stack at all at 40k. So we're going to dump this before we enter the upper atmosphere. Because the engine is useless to us. I hope, anyway. We have a full ablator on here. Right. Whoop. Switch you to there. Let's just nose you towards the planet. No. Towards the planet. There we go. Bye. We're having a full ablator here as well, which hasn't even been touched yet. You can see our apparatus is coming down quite rapidly. and we can see our ablator here. So hopefully we don't lose too much of that ablator as we go down. And we got the fuel tank over here, which appears to be in a higher orbit than us. Which is a bit weird since we're rounded bottom and it's spinning. But here we go. And we had a full 200 ablator when we came back from the moon. So what we have to figure out now is how much of an ablator do we need? So from the moon back to Kerbal with 200 ablator, we can get it down to say not using 100. We can reduce the weight of the craft by not having the 100 of it missing. Where did the craft go? Anyone see it? The engine module. It was over here. I lost track of it. Anyway, regardless of that, we're down to 1 million apoaps. So our orbit came from up here all the way down to here so far. Alright, 39. We are 2 seconds away. We're going to start climbing in a second. We are now climbing up and out of the atmosphere. This will happen. We might have to go around a full orbit, but I'm kind of hoping we don't need to. We've used nearly 50 of our ablator out of the 200 starting point. We're at 320 apoaps right now. We're hoping that comes down to below 70 before we climb up that high. If it goes below 70, then we don't have to worry about it. 200. See, I know the numbers, I know the things, I'm just bad at doing the things. 120. 80, yep, we're gonna come. We're not going around for an orbit, we are coming in this time round. Excellent. Oop, there's the camera change, proof that we are now no longer in orbit. Okay, another thing is, I don't have SAS turned on. We're not fighting anything right now, because the way this capsule is designed, that this base piece will always try to stay in the wind. It's one of the good things about a capsule design. They don't need any control surfaces or power to stay upright. They're designed to always be in the right orientation. Unlike, say, a space shuttle, where you have to force the nose up using atmospheric thrusters and then flaps on the wings to come through. And any other kind of craft, you'd have to control it. But with a capsule, the shape is designed to just always orientate itself. Alright, looks like we're going to be safe. We can speed up time now. Looks like it may be a water landing. Yeah, I don't think we're making that land over there. It's possible, but there's a lake in the middle of it, so I'm not quite sure. I do wish it was daytime, though. As much as the fires are pretty, I like to see the things like, you know, the ground coming up at us. You can see the tip of a mountain over here, though. It's safe to deploy the parachute. Going to that, it's safe, but we're quite high up. We're 12,000 meters above the ground. Let's deploy anyway, so we're nice and safe. Chute is deployed. This speed will drop down quite rapidly now, because we have a little bit of a drogue piece, and then when it gets to a certain altitude, it'll fully deploy and we'll slow to a crawl. Da, 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 da. 2,000 meters. Switch that over to sea level. Since we are coming over the water. Slow down to 6 meters per second. Although it doesn't sound like a lot though, 6 meters a second is still quite a fast speed, and it will still cause a bit of an ache when you hear it, if you weren't expecting it. Sploosh. Now, quick question: have we had a crew report from here? We have. Okay. In that case, just recover the vessel. That should recover the vessel and get us our science that we required. Hey, Smudgy. Right, that completes that, and that completes that, and that completes that. Okay, mission is completed. And we got 500k in the bank now for that moon mission. The archive says escape the atmosphere, which we did. That was ages ago. Test that. Do we know? Where is it? Explore the Kerbal. There we are. Explore the Mun. It paid 87 for advance, 162 for completing the exploration of the Mun, which was gather science data, return, and fly to the Mun. Apparently we got that one as well. Are these not in order? These are not in order, are they? Which are we in order? Complete ones, failed ones, cancelled ones, complete ones. Sadly, they're not in order. What do we have now? We have Explore Kerbin. Rendezvous 2 vessels in the orbit of Kerbin. That would be amazing, and especially if we can have a docking version of it as well. We just need a docking port. That would be great. Rescue Fredericks from orbit of Kerbin. Rescue missions are always fun, but we need maneuvering thrusters first. So we can look at the research tab for that in a moment. And we have another rescue. So in theory, if you two are nearby each other, we can pick you both up in the same craft. Plant a flag. Business satellite in orbit of the Mun. Business satellite and another rescue mission. Alright, let's get rid of the VIP person again. There we go. Get rid of that satellite one because we already have one of those active. Get rid of that mission, and there we go. So we're restoring normal missions now, and most of these are rescue people missions. So he wants us to do rescue missions because that teaches you how to do orbital rendezvous. It doesn't show you the people that are problematic though. Look at that though. We do have good coverage on those comms networks though. Alright. What are we on? Research, there we go. We have 99, so we can buy 2 of them or 1 of these. Do we need the wheels? The wheels would be useful for doing the little science run around. They'll get us a whole bunch of science as well, so it could be useful. But those wings would be very useful for building bigger rockets because I find that having more control over the wings down there for the rocket is great. But any of these will be super useful though. The Poodle is not a bad engine. I do like the Skipper. Skipper's a really nice engine. I've not tried these ones. These are all new to me. Spack, the Ant, the Mite, the Baguette, the Oscar B, and the monoprop tanks. They're all pretty much useless to us. Apart from the Ant, which is ridiculously stupid. Spack's okay. Hey, Peter. Hey, Toad. Fuel systems. Fuel pipelines. That's always good. I like drop pods. A drain valve. Remember, that's basically a monoprop but using liquid fuel. Bigger tanks. I do like bigger fuel tanks. That could be useful to us. Nose cones, airstream, that would be very helpful. An engine plate, just a holder. Bigger decouplers. hinges for rockets. We're not really into those right now. Radial air intake, so airplanes, got it. These we can't do yet because the things are missing. But that one there, that's that there, Toad, what you asked me about before. That one is the maneuvering thrusters, the RCS thrusters. We'd need to buy that one at 45 and then buy that one at 90. We only have 99 right now, so we do need to get more science before we can get to it. That one's that's that. Rovers, we can build rovers. Okay. AP, cheese is just a loaf of milk. You're welcome. Cheese is just a loaf of milk. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And that one is stack separator, adapter, docking port junior. That would be very good for building a small space station or something. And the Gobbed e-monitor. So this is a science station. It requires a power module and a central station to operate, so that won't work by itself. It still needs a central station. I assume that means a thingy there. Well, that there, that's a control station. So that one needs that one to function, basically. Got it. Coordinates and controls both power and data from nearby deployed parts and coordinates sending back to Kerbal. Be sure to use one if you want to generate any useful data. Can be left to gather data over a long period of time, as the loneliness circuits will be disabled during the testing. Oh. Oh. What is that? Cargo storage unit. Engineering studies have shown 20% more effective than a picnic cooler and some duct tape, making sure these items arrive intact with their destination. Okay, so you basically put your science in there and hope for the best. Got it. Hey, Smudge. But yeah, what would be the most useful to us though? I think maybe the fuel tanks would be quite good. Those extra engines aren't that important to us. These could be very useful to us. But I feel the fuel tank, the larger fuel tank, is going to be so much more useful to us in the long run, but it won't affect us right now because we don't have a weight limit or a size limit to worry about right now. So I feel the bigger engines if we're going to be pushing something out to the moon. But hello, Smudgy. Yeah, but what we'll do is I'm going to call it for the night because it's supposed to be a short stream. We've been going for 4 hours. And I have work in the morning. So, me and Smudgy are going to go and do some relaxation and get him some food. Okay? Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Come on, get your camera. Boop, 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 boop. And... hello. I guess when game is good, time just passes. That is true. When you're having fun with a game, it just like time flies by, basically. Hey, Smudgy. So for CL, what? Not sure the CL, but sure, no problem. Hey, Smudgy. You're the only cat I know that likes her ass scratching like that. Because Kelly, my dog that Smudge grew up with, she used to love that as well. I think she passed it on to Smudge as a trait. Alrighty, so I would like to come back to KSP and do some more. What I'd like to do is aim for a space station build. And I'd like to also, there we go. I'd also like to do a space station build. and I'd like to maybe try and get a Kerbal on the Moon, and maybe also go for a Kerbal on one of the planets. Now, for me, my entire history of playing Kerbal Space Program, there we go. I have so far in my entire history, and I'm talking about probably 2,000 hours of game time, I've put one Kerbal on Duna and did not recover them. I put 2 rovers on the surface of Duna, then let them drive around for a bit. I built moon bases that required hovering 2 parts together to dock them, because the robotic parts went in there. But my time was built making space stations. I like building space stations. Launch something up, put it in space, launch something else up, and dock them together. Then it's dock and dock and dock until you got a big complex space station. So I think what we're aiming for is a small space station, ideally like a refueling station. Use that to put something on Duna and try to bring it back. That'll be our goal. The goal is to put something on the Moon space station, something on Duna, and then see if we can bring that back. Not a guarantee to try, but we'll give it a go. Anywho, that's the plan. I'm not sure when we'll be back KSP, but I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, let me know, because that tells me that you want to see more KSP and we can do more. Anyway, have a good evening, and I hope to see you all at the next live stream. Bye. And then you send up DJ Kerbal, and he drives the space station back to Kerbal in a fiery crash. Yeah, I've done that a few times as well. Thank you for me, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.